Welcome back to the stream, you lovely people. It's good to see everyone again. As today we have finally graced ourselves with the information about Colombia's upcoming banners. So I extend a warm welcome to you all as we rejoice today and discuss about the potential of those banners. And for today's specialty stream, and perhaps for this entire week, I'm gonna add, welcome home, Moon Goddess. Hello there, early birds. Ari, Liloch, and Nakiri. Good to see you, early. Bina indeed. Hello, Dinaf. Hey there. Alright. So, Universe has been really generous today with the information they are giving us. And we are now having all of the information regarding the Phase 1 banner as well as Phase 2 banners. Usually, before one phase, they're just gonna give one phase of information. I guess potentially because of Lantern Ride, perhaps it's because it's a hype patch, so they're giving us a lot. Let me click through all the red dots here. This is the Novelet skin. I believe this is the new area to explore and new story. Cannot wait for the new story, chat. Miniature Wonderland. Horsing around. Novelet. Ari, probably. Alright, so let's wait for a few more folks to shuffle in before we talk in depth about these upcoming banners, because oh boy, I do have some thoughts. Particularly about these 4-star weapons. Holy brick. Well, spoiler alert. Holy brick. Alright. Let me go ahead and condense my resin. Today, I will also accept account reviews, in-depth account reviews. It's gonna be later on in the stream after we have done with all the banners. And I will also be giving everyone my account tour, 2026 account tour of my Genshin accounts, because I do have 3 accounts that I maintain regularly. My main account is low spending, which I buy Welkin and Battle Pass. For my other accounts, they're all free to play. And I think it's gonna offer quite interesting insights on whether different characters from different accounts, because I do pull differently for all of those accounts, and how they stack up against the meta, how fun it is to play each one of them. It's gonna be a nice section of the stream. Hypernova, who is best in slot in Hex and Circle team? Now, a Hex and Circle team is not clearly defined right now, because the only new Hex and Circle character is Durin. In the future, it's likely to be Varka and Nicole as well. And I believe that when Varka is released, Varka, Venti, Bennett, Durin is gonna be a strong team. How strong it is? We're gonna have to wait at least a few days to see some Varka leaks information. Second phase 4-star looks promising. They are indeed. They are good for Zubai. I should learn how to say her name correctly. Zubai. There we go. You're pulling for Novelet, and I'm rooting for you. Okay. There we go. Let's go ahead and condense my resin. Then we can get right into the banner review. Do I need to farm anything particular? I think I'm just gonna save my condensed resin for when the new patch is released, so that I can farm the new artifact set. That is my plan. And also farm the new boss, all the good stuff. Jackson, welcome back to stream. No, but that pullers indeed.
Add Ash.
If I have spare pools in one of my accounts, I will also try to pull for a C1 overlap.
Add Ash. Thank you for.
However, I do have to budget my pool more carefully on my free-to-play account. So it depends on whether I'm gonna get Columbina early on that account or not. Milo, as always, it's lovely to see you. Timmy, you have C2R1 Skirk Premium Team and Nefer C0R1 Premium Team, Mahuika C0R1 Premium Team, Molani C0R1 Premium Team, C1 Alakino Overlord Team. Can you please do Fearless next onslaught? Let me check again on what are the next. Yeah, so first of all, you are very welcome to join in the Stygian Onslaught help streams, which will definitely be when the Stygian Onslaught is released for this patch. We usually do that quite early on. Now, let me real quick look into the lineup of Stygian Onslaught for next patch. I think your Nefer team is very likely able to clear this boss. Now, whether it can clear die or not, I think it's gonna be depending on whether you're gonna get Columbina. This one is likely gonna be a Skirk job because she's the only one with good hydro application that you mentioned, Kakashi. And finally, well, actually, Molani is likely able to do this as well, but I think Skirk is probably just better. And finally, we're gonna have to brute force this with some kind of Mahuika Premium Team or Mahuika Overload Team. That's gonna be the plan for your account. You're going for Columbina C0, yeah, more than enough pool for Bina C0R0. Sounds good. This is very likely to be a direct clear. With Skirk C2R1 Premium Team is likely this gonna be a direct clear. Mahuika, this gonna be slightly struggling. We have to lock the fuck in. It depends heavily on your artifacts investment as well. Chat, reminder that after the banner review today, I am open for account review, full account review. So if you've been in my streams in the past 2 days, I've been logging into people's account to help with Endgame, so Abyss and Stygian. But those are just using your characters to try the end games at their full potential or at my skill level, or whatever that may be. It's a skill issue or somewhat average skill, you'll decide. Now, today I'll be logging in. I can log into your account and look at all your characters. For example, like this, I can look at all their builds, I can look at your weapons, and I can answer questions like how you can improve your teams, how you can rotate better, how you can build your characters better, and potentially who to pull next. That is gonna be one part of the stream. Hello Bloodfallen, good to see you. C2R1 Skirk with C1R1 Shenhe. Yeah, it's... Now, this particular boss requires good hydro application, specifically. So we likely have to use Farina and maybe either Mona or Yelan, Xingqiu. It depends on how much hydro application we're gonna need. Maybe even Candace, which is weird, but Candace C6 have good AoE hydro application, and this thing spawns minion. All is gonna be tested when new Stygians come on slot coming out, of course. When can you send your account for review? Absolutely. It's probably gonna be after banners review, so maybe around an hour from now, because we do plan to talk very in depth about all the banners upcoming, and we have both the first phase and second phase banner. Alright, without further ado, let me go ahead and just do quick account maintenance stuff before we dive right into the banner. So that was my first account, my main account. You have no Yelan, but C6 candidates is Shinshu Ayato. Yeah, nice. Those are gonna be nice options to have for the next station. Chat miss? Alright. Will never Lauma Colombina Nahida Alekino. Hold on. Never Lauma Colombina Nahida. Okay, that's a team. Alekino Siluran Kazuha Bennett. Skirk Farina Charlotte Silali. Work for fearless difficulty. Skirk and Nefer and Alekino are all C0R1. Once again, let's go by each boss. Okay. Never Lauma Colombina Nahida will clear this fearless, no problem. Alekino Silunan Kazuha Bennett. Little bit iffy. I would lean toward a overload team, because that does have a little bit of electro. Is that helpful? Yeah, and the shield is weak to electro, right? Let me double check. The shield is weaker to electro. Checking enemy. I may be talking out of my ass. Let's see. Shield, yeah, everything is 70% resistance, but electro is only 10% resistance. Oh, electro is gonna help. Unless you have good investment on your Silonan and Kazuha, maybe their signature, then it may change things. Skufrina Charlotte Silali is rough. I say that. No Escofia. And also the grab boss needs hydro application by abundance. So you're gonna likely need to slot in another hydro character there, in addition to Farina. You're not gonna open legs until you complete main quest when it comes out, because that, yeah. There are a lot of leaks right now regarding the story, so me personally, I have to tiptoe when it comes to leaks. Please be mindful, if you're in my Discord server, there's a leak channel. However, please be mindful when you look at the channel yourself. There are a lot of stuff that are just spoiler tagged. For example, like this spoiler, and you have to deliberately click on it to know the spoiler. However, just still be careful, especially when a new and important part of the story is coming up. And also, please be mindful of other people as well, both in my stream chat and in my Discord. And if you're discussing anything that's spoilery for next patch, either don't or put a spoiler tag loud and clear. Is C3R1 Raiden possible for Fachui? Good build. So it's gonna sound heartbreaking. C3R1 Raiden is equal to C0 Flints. If you have enough in your team too, then you will clear. Novelet will clear the grab. Absolutely. The grab is tailor-made for Novelet. Mavuika can do it. Yes, in Fearless. Mavuika, you likely gonna need a good overload team or a non-reaction team, because on the shield you cannot react on it unless you have enough damage. Yeah, the Fachui Shock Trooper, that's what the guy is called. Okay. Daily claimed. Checking. Yep, daily claim. Last account. Mualani for grab. It's gonna be weird, but Molani is not an intended character to clear the crab, but you can do a gimmick clear because you get free vaporize on the little crabs. You can actually play a Molani Escoffier freeze team and get the free vaporize on the crab, some of the small crabs. It's a gimmick clear, and it's not very straightforward. You have to lean on the gimmick heavily because there is one part of the fight that the crab is no longer affected by pyro, so you have to plan around that. Ban Twitch. Oh yeah, thank you. Ban the bot. They ban it, yep. Alright, give me a moment. Can C0 round 1 Alekino Overload work on second boss with C3 Chevy and C6 Fish for Bayonet? I think with R1 it's likely possible.
Shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs.
It's gonna be close and it requires good build, but I think it's possible. Yeah. It's gonna be really close. You need great build. Alekino is a little bit weaker than Mavuika, and also here's an important thing about the Shock Trooper. His shield heals itself, so the faster you kill the shield, the less he can heal himself. And that's when knock damage, which is Mavuika specialty, becomes more important. Alekino does somewhat consistent damage throughout. Yes, I know when she has more bond of life she does more damage, but that's nowhere near the level of Nook that Mavuika is known for. That's the gist of it.
Add Ash. Can Medibest Colomina C0 round C00 armor create first boss in Fearless? Likely. That is if you play a Hyper Bloom team with Lauma, Colombina on field DPS, or with Nilu. That is around a 130,000 DPS team, and Fearless is very possible. Your Alekino is top 2% in melt. I see. Well, what you need to do is just get those EM subs out and change that for crit or attack. But yeah, that's a very nice build. It says 0.2%. Kinich Lunar Bloom. Funny. Okay, let's talk about the balance. Your account, what do you think the best option for doing all the bosses in die? Alright, let's try to answer the question. You have Novolet's gonna be good for this, no question asked. This is tailor-made for him. And you have Novolet C2 as well. This one's gonna be Flints. I think you plan to pull for Colombina too. Yeah, definitely Flints. And just Mavuika this. Let me see if I can find that picture. Alright, hold on. Yep, found it. This is less true these days because Colombina team is gonna be strong, but here. Nice show, mechanic, you fucking dipshit. Now check this out. This is less true now because Columbina's released and raised the DPS ceiling of a lot of teams. However, this guy has been in Stygian Onslaught before, and his HP is actually unchanged. So, if he was able to be brute force back then, he can be brute force now. There we go. Alright, banner. Hello, Levi. Welcome back to stream. Okay. Here we go, chat. Just now from today, we have just gotten the information from Uncle Hoyo, leaking the information from both the first phase of banner with Columbina in FR, their 5-star weapons respectively, and also the second phase with Zubai, I should say it incorrectly, Zubai, Novalet, and both of their 5-star weapons on the second phase. So, let's talk about them. Usually, Hoyoverse only let us know the information of the upcoming patch, usually within 2 or 5 days of the patch, but probably because this is the hype patch, they have released all the information for people to make pooling decision ahead of time. And oh boy, I do have a lot to talk about these banners, because they are interesting. C2 Mavuka is still stronger than C2 Never in their premium teams. Equal-ish. Around the same. Alright. Columbina. Let's start with that. Because this is a star of the show. Welcome home, Moon Goddess. Indeed. I wish that anyone who wishes to pull for her, regardless of what I am yapping about today, she'll come home for you. And a usual disclaimer when I talk about these things is that I am only talking about their combat and mechanic gameplay perspective. If you want to pull the character because you like the character, you like how they are designed, you like how they are in the story, you like the characteristics, you like their personality, go right ahead, king, go right ahead, queen. Don't let me or any other yappers out there on the internet stop you. Alright? Now, if you are on the fence and you like the character, but maybe not enough to make a reckless pulling decision right now on the first day, in the first second of the new patch release. Reckless is not the right word because, no, it's not really. Like, there are many ways to enjoy the game. But if you require a little bit more information, I am here to provide that information for you. And maybe that will sway your decision one way or another. Alright. So, Columbina, let me bring up my write-up for these. I've prepared them beforehand so that this all can go smoothly. Now, if you want to look into those in writings, you can look at in my Discord server, Guide Infographics channel, which I do have these write-up. I will be reading some of this during today's stream, but also providing additional perspective and answering questions from chat. So Columbina, depending on whether you have other nod-krai 5 stars or not. Alright, someone real quick, help me with the Discord command. Oh, YouTube? Oh boy, YouTube is having a big problem, huh? Hold on, give me a moment, YouTube's crashing. Okay. What can I do? Let me adjust some settings real quick. Video settings. Let's try this. Yep, if your YouTube is currently, let me type that in chat because people may not hear me. If YouTube is acting up, join my Twitch. Try to refresh YouTube. If YouTube is still acting up, join my Twitch, and let me grab my Twitch thing for people. Twitch.tv, my channel. There we go. There we go. All right, I'm gonna wait a bit for people to adapt. Cool. Whether the YouTube is adapting or they need to go on Twitch. Okay, let's resume my yapping. So I was saying, if you want all of this information in a writing form, you can check it in my Discord server in the channel called Guide Infographic. I make one of these every time when a banner is released. Exclamation mark Discord. There we go. The bot should give you my Discord link. Of course, during today's stream, I will also talk more in depth about these characters, their constellations, their weapons, and answer any questions from chat. So, save those questions. We can answer them after I yap the main stuff about Colomina. Colomina, it's awesome with an asterisk. Now, my rating criteria goes from something like from ground up is bad to decent minus to decent to good minus to good, and finally at the very tip top there's awesome. So top down, awesome, good, decent, bad, and between good and decent there's a good minus ish. There's a between decent and bad there's a decent minus. Colomina is a conditional awesome character. If you have another 5-star nod-krai character, or if you plan to pull another 5-star nod-krai character, she is awesome by herself. And if you don't want to get any other 5-star nod-krai character, she's just good. Her combat kit is specifically designed around working and synergize with other characters. There is no help today with it. I will do some account review later, but the help for Station has ended on Wednesday after we're done with polling and we have some time. I can do very last minute Abyss help because I think Abyss is resetting on either Thursday or Friday. So let me explain about Colomina a little bit, and in Razor language version. Colomina is I know
This land holds nothing
but good.
adventurers from all walks of
All right.
Wouldn't you agree?
Razor language. Colomina is I know, but the hydro application is based on her skill rather than her burst. Colomina is I know, but the hydro application follows your character around instead of being static on the ground. And Colomina is I know if she does a shit ton more damage and buffs more. That's the gist of it. There we go. We Razor language that crap. That's all you need to know. I know on steroid. Thank you. Took the root right out of my mouth. Colomina's skill is basically I know's burst. Yeah, basically. She does good damage. If I have to give you a point of comparison, in a lunar team, she does more damage than Furina. Her burst buffs specifically only lunar damage. So if we can continue comparing her to Furina, then she's less versatile than Furina because Furina will buff many more aspects of a character and work with many more characters in the game. However, the lunar mechanics is in the forte of the game right now. All the best DPS in the game right now after Colomina release is gonna be lunar characters. So even though Colomina buffing is more niche, it is more desired right now. It is more wanted right now. Flames, Never, Zubai, when they come out, when she comes out, they're all gonna be top tier DPSs. Within top 5, alongside Mahwika and Skirk. And Colomina is the only character that can elevate Flames, Never, and Zubai to those level. Now, this is not fully a Colomina breakdown, so I'm just gonna keep it at that. If you want more explanation on Colomina, I am happy to answer that later. And Constellation and Weapon, we'll talk more about later. So, summary, Colomina is an awesome character if you have another nod-krai 5-star, or you plan to also pull another nod-krai 5-star in the future, because she works really well with them. Otherwise, she's just good. Fischl is a good minus off-field DPS and a buffer. With the Hexerai buff, she is also now becomes a buffer. She buffs attack in an Overlord team. She buffs Element Mastery in a Lunar Charge or Electro Charge team. Setos is a decent minus on-field DPS. Here's Aoife is also a decent minus on-field DPS or a buffer. They are kind of obscure. You play them if you like them. You don't really play them to do good damage. Now, that does not mean that they are not viable, Setos and Aoife, because Colomina and Inafa is gonna just wheelchair. It's the premium wheelchair for any of the on-field DPS that may be lacking damage, and they just ride the strong off-field DPS of Colomina and Inafa instead. Hey, look, they're both here. You only have Lauma of your goddess? Absolutely fine. You can play Colomina on field, do her charge attack, do Lunar Bloom damage, and Lauma will buff the crap out of Colomina. If you have Inefa with Colomina, you can play them both as an off-field character and be the wheelchair for many on-field DPS. If you have Colomina with Flames, absolutely play Flames on-field DPS. If you have Colomina with Never, play Never on-field DPS. However, I would say that if you have a support nod-krai character 5-star, it's more valuable. So Inefa and Lauma is gonna be more valuable with Colomina than Colomina with Flames or Never. You plan to pull Inefa and Colomina? Absolutely fire. Yelan reveal Rusox, I cannot do that right now. Remind me after I'm done with the banner, because I do want to condense the stream into one segment and all the questions. Let's try to keep it related to that. Now, alright, it's like they didn't know what 4-star to put, so they put random 4-stars on there. I think they know we are going to pull for Colomina regardless of what 4-star they put on banner. They know what they're doing. Fischl is good minus, as I explained before. She's a good off-field DPS and a good buffer. Setos, decent minus on-field DPS, and Aoife, decent minus on-field DPS. So, in its entirety, this banner is a good banner if you have another nod-krai DPS and want to pull Colomina for them. But if you don't have another nod-krai 5-star character, I mean, doesn't have to be DPS. It's only a good minus banner. It's weird because at the same time this banner is good, and at the same time this banner is a little bit bad, depending on what you want, depending on what you have. If you fully buy into the lunar stuff, this is good. If you don't, wait for Hexerai. Let me look at chat real quick. Why people say Inefa and Lauma is broken because of Colomina, I don't understand why the nod-krai carries doesn't get that comment a lot. Because they are more versatile. The nod-krai carry with Colomina. Alright, I can show you. It's really funny. I have done calculations on this. Gonna wait for that to load a little bit. 1. Lauma and Inefa are more versatile. 2. If you only have Flames and Columbina, so the on-field DPS and Columbina, you do less damage than Columbina and Inefa. Simply because Inefa is more versatile as an off-field character. She can play with some other pretty decent DPS as well. If you have only Columbina and Nefer, you do less damage than if you only have Columbina and Lauma. Now, what does the on-field DPS bring to this table? Well, they are the ones that can take advantage the best out of Columbina and the other off-field buffer. So Nefer is the best character to pair with Lauma and Columbina. Flames is still the best character to pair with Lauma. Sorry, to pair with Columbina and Inefa. And if you want to vertical invest on these teams, the main DPS, the on-field DPS constellations or weapon are usually the better investment. So if you're a constellation puller, if you regularly pull C1 or R1 or C2, you want to invest in the on-field DPS. If you are broke AF, you can only get Columbina and one other nod-krai 5-star. I recommend either Inefa or Lauma. Zebai is in a special place-ish because her Zebai premium team only consists of Columbina and Zebai as the only 5-star character. So there's really no one else to pull as a support 5-star for her. And in that case, Zebai and Columbina is doing fine. You can put Zebai with Columbina. Alright. So, you definitely know what I think about Inefa. But if you have not, let me hammer it down. Alright. Have you seen my tier list of the 10 best characters in the game after Columbina is released? One, Columbina. 2, Mawika. 3, Skirk. 4, Inefa. You can check it more on my video talking about this. Let me find it real quick. No Lauma or Nefer? Nope. They are honorable mention. They're not even in top 10. I see Lauma as the inferior Inefa, even though Lauma is still good. Lauma does not provide defensive utility until C1. Inefa, it's both doing good damage and providing a shield. So the value of Lauma is less. You can hear me talk more about this specifically in this video. I have talked about this. Columbina will bring huge change. This is the video. So, save this one for later. Just dodge, bro, right? I love to just dodge. Inefa is a good character. She's a good off-field DPS and buffer. She does almost equal damage to Flames in a Flames premium team. And in some meme team with Sarah C6 buffing on-field Inefa, she does also almost equal damage to a Flames premium team as a on-field DPS herself. It's kind of funny. And she provides a shield. Now, what she doesn't have compared to Flynn's is that her constellation is a little bit more dog shit than Flynn's constellation. So if you, once again, if you often pull weapon or constellation, Flynn's a safer bet. At the core, she's an on-field DPS and a buffer. Alongside with Colombina, Inefa is gonna be a strong wheelchair duo for many old on-field DPS. Sarah C6 works on Inefa, yes. Do not let the hot battle tide seduce you. The existence of the word hot tells me who you are. I know who you are. So, the 4 stars are very much the same. Inefa is a good character. Fischl is a good minus character. Setos, decent minus. Aoife, decent minus. So, this banner, dragged down by the 4 star once again, is a good minus banner. It is what it is. Well, the 4 stars are basically just Setos and Aoife are dragging down these banners. It is a little bit rough, but I think Hoyoverse just knows that we are likely gonna pull. So, what can we do? Now, I would like to say add one thing for Aoife. This guy, not Inefa. I would like to add one thing for Aoife. Wait a little bit for more Varka leaks to know. But if Varka is doing multiple elemental damage, so for example, in a team with Varka, say another Anemo and then 2 Pyro characters, Varka can do both Anemo and Pyro damage, somewhat similar to Chaska. Then Aoife is a nice Anemo support for Varka because Aoife can hold Scroll. He's a Nalan character. To buff Varka's both Anemo damage and Pyro damage or whatever elemental damage by 40%. That's good. Scroll's good. And Aoife, being Catalyst character, can hold TTDS. Varka, likely an attack scaler, will like both of that. So, wait a little bit more for Varka leak information. I think Aoife can be a good support for Varka. Good 4-star support. Can I check your account? We can do that after the banner review. Is he gonna be as good as Venti? No. Venti gives 50% damage bonus to Varka and does good damage from outfield. No TTDS though. Is that gonna be better than Frozen C6? So here's the thing. Faruzan is a character that buffs what? Let's take a look at her kit. A Nemo damage bonus. And she's gonna do what? Reduce enemies' Nemo resistance. And she does what with Constellation Z6? Increase Nemo damage crit. That's good for a Nemo damage dealer. But example, what does Chaska do? She does pyro damage. She does cryo damage. She does hydro damage. She does electro damage. So would Chaska, for example, like a Nemo damage bonus? Would Chaska like a Nemo resistance decrease for enemy? Would Chaska like a Nemo crit? No. It depends on how much a Nemo damage that Varka does. It depends on how much other elemental damage that Varka does. It's gonna decide whether Faruzan is gonna be a good character for him. Energy particles? Absolutely. But does Varka need energy? From the leaks I've seen, Valka likes to do normal attack and special skill damage. Now, once again, we need more information to confirm. I'm not saying that Frozen is not good. I'm saying that we should not make decisions right now. If can hold the scroll set. If Valka is doing both Anemo and other elemental damage, let me find the scroll set real quick. Yeah. If Aoife holds this scroll set and he's Anemo, he reacts with, say, Pyro, he's gonna give Valka both 40% elemental damage bonus on Anemo and Pyro. Also TTDS, 48% attack. That is an option. Very viable option. No Frozen C6 on Guide Maker. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. I have 3 accounts. I have 3 accounts. Checkmate, atheist. I am ready for whichever Valka do. I am ready if Valka do 100% Anemo damage, I pull Valka on this account. Alright, more the banner. Five-star weapon. What about them? What about them? Columbina's weapon is best in slot for Columbina. That's good. It is less cope than Furina's weapon. Why? So Furina is in a similar spot, but people often say that Furina's weapon is not good for her because she needs energy, right? And people often say that Furina needs Favonius, and that is correct because Furina's weapon gives 0 energy. It just gives damage, and sometimes Furina needs too much energy to be able to use her signature weapon. However, Columbina weapon, they have learned, whole universe has learned, Columbina Edge weapon actually gives energy refund for Columbina. So, it is strictly always better than Favonius. It gives both energy and damage. Now, I'm gonna say, this is the tricky part. Columbina's weapon, even though it's best in slot for Columbina, if you only use Columbina as an off-field DPS and a buffer for a Flames or Nefer team, then because her personal damage is a small portion of the team, here, for example, Columbina personal damage in a Flames Nefer team is only 14%, 15%. So if we increase Columbina's damage by say 10%, that's barely making a dent into the overall team's damage. However, if Columbina is doing more percentage of a team damage, especially if she's an on-field DPS in a team with Lauma, then in this team Columbina is doing 40% of the team's damage, her weapon matters a lot more because that increases her damage more, meaning more percentage of the team's damage is going to be increased. That makes sense, right? Let's move on to this weapon, whether that's good for other characters. Columbina's weapon is actually pretty good on Nefer. Let me bring up the stats. Nefer specifically. Max HP, Never doesn't care. Crit damage, Never really likes. Energy is okay-ish, that's fine. But the big thing is, after triggering lunar reaction or inflicting lunar reaction damage, crit damage from lunar reaction increased by 60%. Never likes crit. This is a good weapon for Never. Definitely not as good as Never's best in slot weapon, which is her signature weapon, but it's a copable weapon for our Never, and you're not gonna feel bad about it. This weapon is also good on Novelet if you play Novelet in a lunar charge team with Inefa or maybe Columbina, because this weapon gives HP, and if Novelet is played in a lunar charge team, he can also appreciate the HP, additional HP, and the lunar reaction crit damage increase, because he can also contribute to lunar charge reaction damage. This is otherwise a good minus weapon as a crit stick for maybe Mualane and some other non-attack scalers. Inefa weapon is best in slot for Inefa. From my own calculation, Inefa weapon is a very good increase to Flint's team if you want to vertical invest in the Flint's premium team. It is as good as Flint's signature weapon, providing a similar increase to Flint's signature weapon. It is best in slot for Inefa. It provides both an increase to her personal damage because it's good base attack stake with crit damage. It provides attack for herself, and it also buffs the entire team by making the all nearby party members deal 40% more lunar charge damage. It's good. However, it's only a good minus crit stick for other attack scaler. It gives attack, it gives crit, it gives high base attack. This part of the passive is not usable by really anyone else. You can use that on Zhongli because he creates a shield. Only if the equipping character creates a shield, this effect will be active. You can use that on Zhongli, I guess. But Inefa is already a shielder. I guess you could put that on Thoma, but why? Now let's talk about the elephants in the room. Or elephants in the room. 5 elephants in the room, mind you. Does it stack for all party members? A good rule of thumb is that if an effect does not say that it can stack, it will not stack. It usually have to say that it can stack. The effect has a name. It has to say it can stack. So 5 elephants in the room. Let me see if I can recall all these weapons' names from memory. I think this is Nuts something? Nuts, right? The flute? Mountain racing boat, sacrificial great sword, and web riding war. I think I just missed the official weapon's name. Holy brick. Alright, sorry. That's not yeah. Nuts waltz, whatever it is. Physical bow in 2026. I don't know what kind of masochist you are. If you play this bow on a physical character or physical fish, I respect you. Like truly, I respect you. I just don't think you're playing the same game as other people. If you like to play Dark Sword in Genshin, all the powers to you. How good is the... Okay, we're gonna get through each of them. The float, I don't think we need to talk about that, right? It is the breakers of the break sword. Does anyone need me to talk about this shit? The float. It is technically having 4-star stats, but the passive is so brick. Any craftable sword in the game is actually better than this. Just don't pull for this shit. It's technically a 4-star stat stick. Just grab the Fontaine, craftable sword, just grab the Inazuma craftable sword, still better. Anything. And now we come to the poem. Top 5 star physical body DPS skin coming, surely. Yeah, surely they're gonna rerun this, right? Drip, greater than stats. I respect that. Based, honestly, based. Mountain Bracing Bolt. This is a weapon that gives energy recharge and increase elemental skill damage by from 12% to 24% and even more elemental skill damage. Actually, let me double check. Is this effect? I believe this thing is applicable from off-field, but this is conditional. I don't know if this is also applicable if the character is off-field or not. I think it is, but let me just check. Mountain Bracing Bolt off-field. Let me just double check. Off-field. I'm not sure if the new weapon could be used off-field skill damage since they didn't really specify it. Yeah, that's really weird. Usually they have to specify it. For example, like this. This effect can be triggered even when the equipment character is off-field. This is a new poem-ish. They do not say it. I am not 100% certain on this. Like the thing that is unconditional, we will always get, and this I'm certain that we get. Even from off-field, but this is conditional. It's a little bit rough. Hello, Doc. Welcome back. Hello, Firefly. Okay, so just assuming for simplicity's sake that all of this works, this is gonna be a decent weapon for Escofia and Emily specifically because they both want energy recharge and elemental skill damage. Do not be baited to pull this weapon for Inefa. The majority of Inefa's damage is not from her skill, so she would not like this buff or this buff. The majority of Inefa's damage is actually coming from Lunar Charge. If not the reaction itself, she is also doing her personal Lunar Charge damage from her passive that does not count as skill damage. So the weapon is not good for her. Moving on. What's the other weapon? Sacrificial Greatsword is an okay, it's a decent ER stat stick, energy recharge stat stick. It's just inferior to Favoni's Greatsword. I'll say it's decent minus. Wave Riding War, the Catalyst weapon. Now this is an interesting weapon. That gives energy recharge and HP. Wait, is that good for Columbina? I checked. It's worse than Prototype Amber. Just get Prototype Amber. I checked. It's worse than this. Yeah. Don't get baited. It's a craftable weapon. So, overall, let me summarize this weapon banner. This is a best in slot for Columbina. A good weapon for Nefer and Novelet in a Lunar Charge team specifically. Good minus stat stack otherwise. Inefa's weapon is best in slot for Inefa. It is otherwise just a good minus stat stack for attack scaling characters. People cannot really use its passive very well because not really anyone creates a shield and does damage like Inefa. The bow is bad. Physical bow. The sword is bad. The polearm is decent. The claymore is decent minus. So use 5 great sword instead. Wave riding wall, the catalyst is decent. Now all these 5 elephants in the room are gonna drag the value of this banner down. This banner is regretfully, even with a pretty nice 5-star, it's only a decent banner in my rating. Reminder, my rating goes from awesome to good to decent to bad. Awesome is rarely given, so it's mostly usually just good, decent, and bad. If you really want one of these weapons, I hope you win the 50-50 early and just get the hell out of here. Alright, any questions so far, chat? Any question? Before we move on, we can move on to talk a little bit about Columbina and Innifer constellations. But I would like to give people a chance to just ask questions before we move on to the entirely other phase of banners. Versa can clear the virtually, yeah, the shock trooper. Versa can, absolutely. Both with the team with Freena and Xianyun, and also in the Overlord team. Cope if you don't have Novelat for the grab. Yeah, the grab is quite heavily shielding Novelat. I really have to think about that because I don't really want to pull Novelat on my main account. I'll figure out what I can do. The question related to the first boss? Sure. Though I would prefer if the question is gonna be more related to the banner itself, since we're talking about it. How much of the damage increase is enough a signature? In a team where Innifer is an off-field DPS, in a Flint's team, Innifer's signature is a 14% damage increase for the entire team. And Innifer's signature is as good as Flint's signature for Flint's team. Flint's premium team. With Flint's Columbina Innifer. Personal damage increase, I can check. Usually team damage increase is more relevant. I can check personal damage increase as well. I'm gonna say it's likely around 25%-ish or 20%. From Deathmatch, battle pass are 1 to Halo, Fracture Halo. 1143, 932. That's a 22-23% damage increase personal. 14% damage increase for the team. That is starting from the battle pass weapon, by the way. If you have worse options of battle pass weapon, that's gonna be a bigger increase. Excel sheet link. It is available in my Discord. Also here. I don't know if this is gonna be swallowed by Ultimate Twitch and YouTube chat or not. If you cannot access it, go to my Discord server and it should be the pinned message in Lex discussion channel. Here's Discord.
Introducing ClickUp Super Agents, the world's first AI agents that
Jeez. All right, there we go. That's music. Okay. Any more question? How? Okay. You'd rather not do staging rather than pulling no lag. Okay, if there is... Oh, wait. Your question, ignore the second time. Wait, what's your question? Novelet Slander, what's your question? How Cook is the first boss on the upcoming station without Lunar? Oh, right. How Cook is the first boss on station without Lunar characters? Let's take a look. Let's look at Fearless first, and then let's look at Die. This boss has 12.4 million HP. And the mechanic of that is that it shows up. Its shield is equal to 4.5% of its HP, and the shield takes 300% of the lunar reaction damage. It shows up 2 times in total. Now, let's I'm gonna read more into this, but first, if you only hit the main boss, you're gonna need to do 100% of its HP plus 45% of its HP, and then once again 45% of its HP. That is 190% times 12,437,830. You're gonna need to do 23.6 million damage per 2 minutes. That's 120 seconds. You're gonna need to do 200 damage per second. That is Mawika C2 territory to brute force it. However, the boss does have more mechanics. It will summon some minions, 4 minions to be exact. Each of them have 18% HP, and every angler defeated reduce shield by 25%. So basically, we have to defeat the 4 minions to defeat the shield, if we don't have to go through this 45% HP shield. And if we have perfect AoE, then we need to do 100 plus 18% HP once and plus 18% HP one more time with perfect AoE, killing 4 minions all at the same time. Times 12, 4, 3, 7, 8, 3, 3, 2. Divide by 100. Now this, during 120 seconds, you need 141,000 damage. This is absolutely the ceiling of Mawika team. This is the ceiling of Skirk premium team. Skirk, I don't know if she has a chance of hitting all 4 enemies in AoE or not. She cannot slot in someone like Kazuha. You have to hope that Yelan can group the 4 enemies together with her skill. Mawika does kind of have a chance, but then you also have to put in someone like Kazuha Sucrose, which is not exactly her premium team. And if you miss one enemy, if you somehow only kill 3 of the minions and leave 1 alive, now you have to do double your damage to kill the minion. That's how that works. Like, you kill 3 minions from full to 0 HP, and then you kill another minion, 1 more remaining minion from full to 0 HP. Now you have to do your damage twice. That's really cooked. It's not impossible. It is cooked. Does that answer your question? Battle Pass bow, does the grouping work there? The Battle Pass bow is very small. The grouping is very small. And it's centered on 1 minion. I wish I can. Actually, I can. YouTube? Never. No, sorry. Columbina Early Access. DHCWSP. How do I remember his name? This is the first boss. Spin over. Let me look at the minions, please. No, he does not spin over. He does not pan the camera over. Come on. Alright. Please look over the minion. Thank you. Oh, there we go. We can kind of see them. Alright, so you're gonna have to bear with me here. It's a little bit hard to look. You see 1 HP bar over here. That's 1 minion. That's 2 minion. That's 3 minion. They are staying way over there. And then there's 1 more minion over here. That's 1 HP bar over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. They are hella spread out. You need a grouper. They are easily the group, but you need a grouper. The Battle Pass bow is not, the AoE is not this big. This is probably Kazuha whole skill territory, and maybe you have to aim really well with a Sucrose E, or I guess Sucrose Burst can group them. I don't know if Yelan's E can group them or... Yeah. About the weapon banner, how much difference between Sacrificial Staff R1 with 3 stacks and Fracture Halo R1 on Never? Okay, I can check. Okay, give me a moment here. Sacrificial Staff. It's a little bit weird because Never optimal stat is to build 0 energy recharge and burst every other rotation. Sacrificial Staff changes that a little. I don't know if it's gonna tip the scale enough for Never to burst every rotation though. Let me double check. Flames, where's Flames team? There's Zebai, there's Never. I have a lot of tabs on here. Flames and Never Sucrose. There we go. Sucrose burst is any cost. Yeah. I mean, luckily the boss only does this 2 times during 2 minutes clear, so you only have to do Sucrose burst 2 times in 2 minutes. Probably 60 seconds is 3 rotation. You can probably get some Sucrose burst back, right? You're probably not getting that on the first rotation. That's actually, yeah, that's actually bad in Station Onslaught. Alright. Sacrificial Staff. Attack increased by 8%. What refinement? Refinement 1. Okay, 8 times 3 is 24%. Energy charge increase outside that doesn't really matter. Right here. Okay, let's check the damage. It is 2% worse than Deathmatch R1. 2% worse. If we don't really care about energy recharge, I don't think the amount of energy recharge matters at R1. Yeah, 18 energy recharge is nothing. 18 energy recharge is not meaningful enough yet at R1. 2% worse team damage in compared to Deathmatch R1. As someone who hasn't played since Inazuma, with current goals of doing a best 36 star and Stygian at fearless difficulty, start again at 6.1. You got Marisa and C60 and Sun plus Chavez. Is Zebai and Smarka team enough? Yes, Zebai, I know, is enough. Valka is likely, but we don't have information on Valka just yet. If you have all of those premium teams, it is very enough. Now, if you have scuff version of those teams, it's a little bit harder to say. I have Zebai with premium team with Columbina, with Zhongli is 116, with Goro, and in this team I actually try to give Goro some healing, and Columbina prototype Amber is 120. This is C2 Idlua. If you have C6 Idlua, it's something like 140. This team can become 140. But if you do not have Columbina, you have to cope with something like 95. Valka, I don't have an answer for you yet. Come back in about 1 week when we have Valka Lake information. Zhongli, Inefa, Colombina, Lunar Crystalline, Lunar Charge Team. Inefa weapon is better on Zhongli or Inefa? Inefa. Zhongli is doing some okay damage, but he is not all that. What constellation is Zhongli actually? Zhongli specifically may apply too much geo. Maybe. I think that requires a little bit more in-depth. I'm gonna tentatively say Inefa. You know what? Put Inefa weapon on Zhongli and put a higher damage focus option on Inefa instead. Because Inefa is getting the buffing passive of her weapon regardless, right? If Inefa, now that I think more about it, the weapon buffs the entire team. So Inefa is getting the buffing passive regardless. Put that shit on Zhongli and put a higher damage weapon that it's more selfish for Inefa. I'll go with that. And it counts for Lunar Crystallize? I do. Well, I only do Zubai counts. And if you want... Hold on. Where's my tab? There we go. If you want to know, yeah, this is a pretty representative. Zubai, Farina, Colombina, and Salonen. This team is 117, 118. If you want to replace Zubai with Navia, you just subtract 15 from this. That's the damage difference between Zubai and Navia. Just do that and you have the number. So Navia is around 102, 103, 100-ish. If you want to do with Noel, you subtract 20, 25 from this. Ito, I don't know enough to tell you, but it's likely somewhere between Navia and Noel. Alright, it seems that people... Lunar damage does not need the group or even hit the minion. Yeah, lunar damage doesn't need it, because you can just hit the main boss. And then you break the shield very fast. It seems that people are shifting the questions toward Crystallize, so I think this is a nice segment to talk about Zubai. Actually, real quick before that, just right before that, constellations on Colombina. It's weird. Let me tell you why. Colombina constellation is very specific for each of the lunar archetypes. For lunar charge team, Colombina constellation C1. Active character recovers 6 energy whenever she does her special lunar damage. In a Lunar Bloom team, active character interruption resistance increase for 8 seconds. Lunar Crystallize, she gives a shield. It's weird. In a Lunar Charge team, so in Flames or Inefa team, this contributes to damage because Flames and Inefa could use a little bit energy, and Colombina herself can also use a little bit energy. So you can convert those ER substat into offensive stat. This, in a Lunar team, C1 is the most meaningful for damage. In a Lunar Bloom or Lunar Crystallized team, you have to ask yourself, do you like interruption resistance enough? Do you like a shield enough for this to matter? It's gonna vary from a person to person. I'm not gonna say it's worthless because it's still something. And depend on people. I know I am a person who likes having comfort in gameplay quite a bit. So I am actually considering this for the shield. But I would not say it's for everyone. In terms of number, Colombina C1 is an 8% increase to Flint's premium team. However, Colombina C1 is only a 3% increase in Nefer team. Because Lunar Bloom, she only provides a tiny bit damage more, and it's mostly interruption resistance. In a Zubai team, Colombina C1 is 4% more damage. It's just basically a shield and tiny bit more damage. C2 is one of the bigger one for Columbina. However, I would say here, C2 Columbina is 25% increase for Flint's team. But from C1 to C2, it's only quick math. $125 divided by 108. 15 to 16% increase, which is similar to just getting a Flint's weapon-ish, a Innafa weapon-ish, a Flint's constellation-ish. Flint C1R1 is 30%. That's better than this. You can consider Columbina C2 as a viable vertical investment for Flint's team. However, in a Nefer team, it's less. And it's better if you just get Nefer weapon. Lauma C2 is significantly better than Columbina C2. So, Zubai, Bina C2 is 25%. However, Zubai C1 is 15%, and Zubai C1, if you get more Iluka constellation from pulling for Zubai, is 21%. It's entirely up to you. To summarize all this, you can look at this sheet in my Discord server, by the way, and just decide for yourself. But to summarize for the people that is, I don't want to hear all those numbers, I'm going to say this. Columbina Constellation is most valuable for Lunar Charge team. For Lunar Bloom and Lunar Crystallize is a little bit more iffy. In addition, Columbina Constellations are more versatile. As meaning you can use Columbina in many different teams. You can use in Lunar Charge, Lunar Bloom, Lunar Crystallize, and all her constellation will provide some increase for all of those teams. But in a specific team, it's not going to be the best increase. If you only care about, say, Nefer team, and you don't care about Flames, you don't even have Flames, you don't even have Zubai, you don't care about Zubai, you don't care about Navia playing with Columbina, just get Nefer Constellation. Get Lauma Constellation instead. Best for Lunar Charge team. More versatile, but not the best numerical increase. There. And because Natal wins pretty. Natal wins pretty, yeah. For the Zubat is better pull from Columbina. Alright, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Innafa Constellation, basically, Innafa C1 and R1 are pretty good, but Innafa C2 is not good anymore. Her constellation are not as good as Flint's constellation. If you want to increase Flint's team damage, pull for Flint signature, Innafa signature, Flint C1, Flint C2, or Innafa C1. Don't go to Innafa C2. Okay. We've freed ourselves from the first phase banner. Let's talk about the second phase. Because it seems that people are very interested and people are starting to ask in chat about Zubai stuff. Let's get to it. Is Columbina with Prototype Amber and Goro C4 enough healing? I do have something to say about that. On healing, Goro... Let me zoom in. This is probably too small for some people. Goro heals it for 964 HP per tick at C4 every 1.5 seconds for a total of 7,700 HP for Zubai only, because he only heals on-field character. Prototype Amber on Columbina heals 18% of HP for the entire team. For Zubai specifically, that's 3,500 HP more. So Zubai receives a total from both Goro C4 and Columbina Prototype Amber 11,000 HP. For comparison, Chevres is a terrible healing character, and Chevres heals for something between 15,000 and 20,000 HP for the on-field character in total. For comparison, Bayonet heals for about... Let me double check. I think Bayonet heals for 4,000 HP per tick, right? Let's say Bennett has 30,000 HP, which is reasonable. Times 12% plus 1477. Bennett heals for 5,000 HP. 10 times. That's a good healing character. Silonan heals for, let's say she has 3,000 defense. $6,000 HP each tick. She heals 8 ticks. That's 50,000 HP. It's up to you whether you think 11,000 HP healing for Zubai from Goro C4 and Prototype Amber on Colombina is enough. You have to play it to feel it. I say it's very minimal. You're gonna suffer a bit. Just dodge low. Here's the thing. Do you know how... Yeah, they're alright. Zubai normal attack string, you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And the 4th hit, it's kind of similar to kind of Risley-ish, kind of similar to Yoimiya-ish. The 4th hit does a huge chunk of damage. If you dash, you reset from the first hit. So say 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4th hit is the one that does the most damage. If you 1, 2, oh, dash. 1, 2, oh, dash. 1, 2, 3, oh, dash. Dodging lose a huge chunk of damage on Zubai. That's what it is. You don't want to dash on Zubai. You want to just brute force and do damage, and you face tank the damage. One saving grace that Zubai has is that she has a lot of defense, so she can face tank a little bit more. So it's up to you. I would say, from my personal take, I am a person who enjoys just having enough healing or having a shield and just do my thing, and don't care as much about enemy, especially on a character like Zubai who have to do her thing specifically to do damage. I don't think that's enough. On a character like, say, Arlecchino, where it's nice if we do 1, 2, 3 dash on her, 1, 2, 3 dash, but we can dash anytime before that, and that's fine. On that, such character like that, I am more comfortable with telling people to say, okay, dodge it up, get good. Zubai is kind of more like Novelet, where you can dodge, sure, but I mean, if you dodge, you're gonna cut your charge attack beam short. He would just interrupt himself. What's the point? Does Adalia speed bonus affect Zubai normal attack speed? It does, but I do not currently have the knowledge about how good that is, because attack speed is a very finicky thing in the game. It is. I have not factored that into my theory crafting. All right, let's talk more in depth about the banner. Zubai is a good character. She's gonna be in top 5 DPS. To me, it's a top 5 DPS is going to be Nefer and Flames are gonna be interchangeable in the first slot. I'm not gonna get into that debate. Apparently, people are very either one on one scam or the other. I think they are the same. So that's 1 and 2. Then it's going to be Mavuiga, and that's gonna be Skirk as a 4th slot, and Zubai is gonna be the 5th slot. The main reason is she requires Idlua C6 to have full damage potential, and I don't think everyone's gonna have Idlua C6 when she's first released, unless you're very lucky. With Idlua C6, she can compete with Mavuiga and Skirk. She's a good character. She's an on-field Geo DPS that also likes to play with Luna, so she has to react with Hydro specifically. Let's see. Goro is a decent minus buffer. Idlua is a decent buffer, better than Goro. Aino is a decent Hydro applicator from off-field and buffer. All three of these characters have synergy with Zebai. Aino is an option you can use if you do not have Columbina. Aino is also an option you can use if you have Columbina. Just play 2 Hydro and then 2 Geo. That's fine too. Now, if you pull on this banner, there's a nice perk. You immediately got a Zebai team, a 4-member team. Zebai, Goro, Aino, Idlua is a functional team. Good or not depends on whether you can play with just Goro C4 healing. I would not say that is really a team that people can play comfortably. But for a new player, maybe you just play in the open world and you open this banner up. Oh, that's a full team. I don't have to care about pulling for any other banner. I only have enough pull to get 1 character. Cool. Pull this banner. It's nice. The question I know would have a kit change for Lunar Crystal. I don't think so. I know does not have anything that specify Lunar Crystallize, right? She does not have anything that specify Lunar Charge or Lunar Bloom. No. Oh, this? Likely. Let me check. This? Likely. Double checking. Yep. Yes. And it's my Chiori counts. It's tough. I have not looked specifically into that. It's tough to make a Zebai Chiori team because she kind of won Idlua as well. She kind of won Columbina as well. And then now who do we slot in for a defensive option? We could play Zebai, Chiori, Columbina, and then a defensive option like Zhongli or Dahlia, I guess. It could be a viable team. I have not looked into that specifically. I will. Ask me again in about 2 days. Alright, back to banner. This banner overall is a good minus banner. Once again, Zebai is good. Goro decent minus, buffer. I know decent off-field Hydro applicator and buffer. Idlua decent buffer. And overall, because there is great synergy of this, you can get a full team from this. And even though these characters are the 4 stars are kind of mid, it's still a good minus banner. Novelet is a good minus on-field DPS. He's no longer in top 5 DPS anymore. He's maybe top 10-ish. Still. If you like him, you can pull for him. And his main strength is that he's very versatile. He can work with many wheelchair, off-field new character, either a buffer or a damage dealer. So it can be nice. You can still play him and keep up with the meta these days. The 4 stars are the same, lack of synergy though. So this is a decent banner. The weapon. Zebai's weapon is best in slot for her. It is also a good minus weapon for Chiori and Albedo. This weapon is very specific for defense and Luna. So it's not a very, I don't think anyone else can really use it. It's not a very universal weapon. Passive increase defense. Passive increase lunar crystallized damage specifically. Novelet's weapon. It's best in slot for Novelet. It's a crit stick with HP stats. Good minus for other characters. It can be a good minus crit stick for Mualani and Colombina. The weapons is a little bit less atrocious than the other weapon banner. 5 bow is decent. This is energy for the entire team. However, there are not many relevant 5 bow users. Just Yelan and Auroron. For comparison, oh, Goro too. Goro if you want to play him in Zubai team. For comparison, 5 sword and 5 lance are good minus because there are many more relevant characters can use those weapons. 5 bow is just decent. Still nice. 5 great sword is also decent. The only relevant user these days I know. That's it. Cypher's Moonlight is decent. This is also energy for the entire team, but often worse than 5 sword. 5 sword is good minus, reminder. This is also an EM stick, and it can be used on Kazuha and Shinobu. It's more niche than 5 sword, so you have to have an use in mind before you pull this. Dragon's Bane is a decent polearm. It has the best elemental mastery stat for any polearm in the game. For 221 EM at level 90, which is the weapon you would use on Itlua if you want to use him as a support for Zubai. Dragon's Bane. Eye perception is bad. Don't worry about that. So overall banner, Zubai sword good minor. Zubai sword base slot for her, good minus for star stick. Doublet's tome, best in slot for him, good minus star stick. Bow decent, sword decent, polearm decent, claymore decent, catalyst bad. This is a decent banner. The 4-star cast is a little bit better, but also the 5-star cast is a little bit worse than this weapon. Both of these banners I rate decent. Five sword and 5 lads are good minus and coherency. Yeah, if I'm gonna call I'll say this, good minus to good at high refinement. Again, it is a very necessary weapon, but it can also be a cringe weapon if you need a 5 proc and it's just not proccing. I can understand some people's frustration with it. I do have frustration with it, but it is necessary sometimes. At higher refinement, it's more easy to proc it, and it's now becoming fully good. Since when is Itlua called Itlua?
Ah, good morning.
Not this one was the thing.
Members of the Lightkeepers are under no obligation to stay, and many do in fact leave shortly after joining. Only the most determined persevere, and Itlua is one such example. It is
Itlua. How much ER plus EM does a C2 Idlua need? Also, it's not a bad banner, but bad time, I think. What a strange name indeed, yeah. I have been corrected on that recently. I call him Iluga. Iluga. Previously. There he goes. You want Idlua's energy recharge change from teams to team. I would recommend use an energy recharge calculator to figure that out. In a team with only Zebai and Idluga being Geo characters. Hold on, let me double check. His C1 helps a lot, right? Yeah, it really depends on his constellation and his teammates as well. C1 refunds him 12 elemental energy. Actually, that was incorrect. That's 12. Yeah, Idlua needs at C1 with only Zebai as the other Geo character in the team. He needs 170 ER. At C0, he needs 215 ER. You need ER on this guy. Bursting is important for him to buff. Now, in a 3 Geo team. Where's my 3 Geo team? I don't have it. Goro. From 170, it is down to 160. This is with Goro in the team. If you cannot get enough energy recharge, because energy recharge is the most important stat. If you have a lot of EM and no energy recharge, he's still not buffing. He's buffing big fat 0. Well, technically not sure, but you need ER. If you don't find enough ER, you can switch from Dragon's Bane. Come on, Lord. Yeah, you can switch from Dragon's Bane to Kitten God's Spear, which is an Inazuma craftable weapon. It gives elemental mastery and refunds energy. Less elemental mastery, but more energy. Yeah, C1 gives energy. His C1, it looks like C1 gives energy. After you're done with energy recharge, get as much EM on him as possible. It is absolutely fine to use 2-piece on this guy. You can use 2-piece energy recharge. You can use 2-piece elemental mastery just to help him out. Until he is C2, there's not really any other set he can use. When he is C2, he can now use the Silken Moon Generate set because he can now do off-field damage. His C2 enables him to do off-field damage. But still, 2-piece on this guy is still competitive. And you can see that I'm actually still using that in some team. EM, this is Silken Moon at C2. This is EM. Silken Moon. Yeah, something like that. 195 ER, so you think you're good. You have Dragon Pull up. Nice. What banner to pull Idlua from? Zebai or Novelet? You have C1 Novelet. What do I think? Zebai is a trash character for anyone that's not named Zebai. It's not even good for Columbina. If you pull Idlua, you want Zebai to use him with. If you want a theater character, fine. Sure. This character is only buffing Zebai and he's okay. For Zebai, he's good. You want Idlua so that you have him. Okay. Any banner that you want. Now it's a question of do you want Zebai or you want more Constellation on Novelet? Do you care about Zubai? You want your Neuvillette to be stronger? Do you want your existing Neuvillette to be stronger, or do you want the new Lunar team? C2 Neuvillette is nice. C2 Neuvillette can exceed Zubai's C0 damage in her best team. What would I do? I'm not pulling for Neuvillette. I pull Zubai. If you're asking a personal question, you get a personal answer. You can ask chat what they would like to do if you like more personal answers. I think Double Play says get C2 Neuvillette. Music, welcome back. Good to see you. Alright, let's talk about Constellation. It's a nice segue to talk about Constellation on these characters. Neuvillette C1 is about a... In his teams these days, is about... we can definitely check, right? Let me double check. In his hyper carry team, this is a hyper carry Neuvillette team. Where's the reasonable investment I can look at? Alright, this is a reasonable investment. This is with Battle Pass weapon, mind you. And let's change. At C0, he's doing 95k. At C1 Neuvillette, he is doing 109k. So that is a 15% increase in his team damage. Check his C2. C2 is 118. 118 divided by 109. That is a 8% increase in his damage. That looks very similar to a Zubai C0 team. If you have his weapon, he's gonna do more. 118 is also divided by 95. That is a 24% increase from his C0. Yep. Now, I would like to remind everyone this is Neuvillette's premium team, which is every other character in the team is currently buffing him. If Neuvillette is played in a team where the off-field characters do more damage, then his personal damage increase will result in less team damage increase. That's how the math works. If Neuvillette is doing, say, let's just hypothetically, if Neuvillette is doing 100% of team damage and you increase that Neuvillette's damage by 10%, now the entire team is doing 10% more damage. If Neuvillette is doing 50% of the team's damage and now you increase Neuvillette's damage by 10% more of himself, now the team is doing 5% more damage. Math. Alright. Zubai Constellation. Now here's the funny thing. Zubai Constellation comes with Idlua Constellation. Unless you somehow got real lucky and got C6 from Zubai C0, then any subsequent Zubai Constellation will no longer come with Idlua Constellation increase. So let's take a look into that. Let's look at the Zhongli team. Zubai C0 is 116 with Zhongli. Zhongli is going full shielding. Zubai C1 by herself is only a 15% team damage increase, but Zubai C1 and 2 more Idlua Constellation, because we start at C2 Idlua, C by Z1 plus C4 Iluga is 21% increase. C by C2 plus Iluga C6 is 58% increase. Part of it is Iluga C6 is nice. If you're pulling on this banner, you're getting a 2-in-1 deal. Both these characters are gonna come more for you. That sounds really weird. Her weapon, why it is nice? It is not as big of an increase as both Zubai and Iluga combined. If you have 100% Harbinger of Dawn uptime, her weapon is a 13% increase for the team. If you have a different weapon, if you have the not uncraftable weapon, because you cannot maintain Harbinger of Dawn passive, Harbinger of Dawn is very strict on the passive, you have to remain 90% HP or above, then Zubai weapon can be a 21% increase. I generally recommend pulling for this because you get both Iluga and Zubai. You're sure people gonna get other 4-star but Iluga, that's fine. You'd rather getting a tiny chance of getting Iluga than a no chance of getting Iluga by pulling of this banner. So the math works. If you're unlucky, then you're back to equal to not getting a chance at all. The worst you can get from being lucky is having equal chance to pulling on weapon. And you can get more. Is Iluga C6 comparable to Lauma or Inefa in their respective... Oh, no. 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 Let's compare, right? It's just quickly compare them, okay? Okay, here it is. Sorry, that might come off as a little bit too mean. Here. Lauma increase Lunar Bloom crit rate by 10 and crit damage by 20. Iluga increase crit rate by 10 and crit damage by 30. Oh, okay. Iluga comes out a little bit on top here. Okay. Lauma reduce enemies' resistance to Dendro by 25%. Iluga Lauma increase Lunar Bloom's base damage. So this is straight up a 14% increase to Lunar Bloom's damage. It's a little bit more complicated than that. But base damage increase, Iluga. He increased defense by 200, I guess. And elemental mastery by 80. It's not equal. Lauma gives quills from her burst. Iluga gives quill from his burst. Ooh, okay. Lauma gives quill to both Nefer and Colombina. Nefer and Colombina. Iluga gives quill to Zubai. No, there's nothing coming after that. Colombina gets nothing. Iluga's cool. He's very sick. He's cool. His voice line is a pleasant surprise for me. I like him. But we gotta separate a character's personality and their likeness is a story from combat talk, because I'm sure you all have your personal opinions about the characters already. I am not here to tell you how to feel about a character's personality. I'm here to talk about just the dry number stuff to help you make decisions. They did it. He's a 4-star at the end of the day. I guess that's the power budget that gives him. This is a nice illustration of it. I mean, this is Illogati too, but I think this is a cool illustration of that. Zubai C0, Illogati 2, which is realistic, by the way. That's usually how much you get, how much 4-star you get from getting 1 5-star. Zubai C0, Illogati 2, Columbina Goro, 120. Zubai, Farina, Columbina, Silonen, which sounds like a weird team. 117, 118. If this is a weird team, what does that say about Itluga being the specific support for Zubai and still break even with a weird team? Alright, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Another elephant in the room. Can you use Inefa for Zubai? My answer is kind of yes. You could use Inefa as a shielder and also offer a little bit lunar charge for Zubai. The only problem is that Zubai kit also kind of requires some consistent lunar crystallize to trigger so that she can do her special thing. It's kind of like Kinich not having burning, his skill will come out slower. Zubai not having consistent lunar crystallize, her skill, special skill do damage will come out slower. However, Inefa, even though she kind of steals some of the Hydro Aura to do her own lunar charge damage, she adds lunar charge damage, and that's fine. I have an Inefa with Zubai and Columbina team at 126. Keep in mind that in this team, the damage is shifted away from Zubai a little bit and share that to both Inefa and Columbina. It's kind of a tiny bit wheelchair. It's not really, but kind of. Yeah. Kinich needs burning, yeah. Are you serious? Were you serious? Yeah, I missed that reference, Kangoshi. Were you serious? Hey, look at voice lines. Cool. It's deeper than I thought. I may have said that already. Benny and Shep are 4 stars too. Yeah, they are. They are. They are the outliers. I guess, yeah. I should not really say blanketly about 4 stars. But yeah. Iluga is Iluga. Thanks for the info. Gotta go. Take care. Yeah, you take care too. Alright, I think that's about covers everything, right? Yeah, we talk about banners, we talk about their constellations. Any more questions yet? I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, we're gonna move on to the next part of the stream. That was a lot of information. Yeah, it's a little bit heavy on information. I'm gonna try to condense that into a video later on, so if people miss some part of the discussion, god damn, that's a kind of 2 hours discussion, 1.5 hour discussion. You can find all this information in a condensed form in a video. I'm gonna try to have that by tomorrow. It's a little bit fast, maybe Wednesday, when the patch comes out.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer.
Now we're good. You're going for Bina and Inefa, so should you pull on the weapon banner? You can. The 5-star weapons are nice. The 4-star weapons are trash. If you just get one weapon and dip out, I think it's fine to do that. Like if you're happy with any of the weapon, you just go to one 5-star. I hope you don't get a standard 5-star. Then you dip out. You don't care about these 4-star weapons. If the longer you have to stay in here, the trasher it is. For example, let me give an example. I don't plan to pull for any of those weapons, but this is just an example. This is where my weapon banner, what it looks like. I don't recommend building pity, by the way. But if you happen to have pity, this is 44 pity. And I have already lost to a standard banner weapon before. This is an ideal candidate to pull on being enough weapon banner. I put in maybe 20 more wish. I dip. I get one of the weapon. I dip. Yep. And you have 40 pity. Yeah, that's better. Maybe you can take a quick peek on your 3 teams in your showcase for some general advice. Absolutely. Music, you can give me your UID and I can take a look into that. Chat, today I am also open to full account review. So logging into your account and take a look at all your characters, all your weapons, your build, and give you recommendations. So if you want that, you can let me know. Guaranteed 2 5-star, hopefully. Oh my god, Weirdo comes back with another super chat. Man has been leaking so just from yesterday to today. Should you PM me? You can do that if I have pay. You know what? Let's do this. You can join my Discord. Do you have Discord? Music, if you have Discord, go ahead and join my Discord server, and then you can direct message me with your account login info, and then I can log into you. Finger slip. Okay, let's look at the few characters that people are asking me to take a look at with UID. Oh, this is you. All right. If you're gonna music, if you want me to look at your account fully, then we can take a look at stuff later. And Yelan, all right. Review your account, I can. Music, are you MD? Oh no, you're some different person. All right, that I see you. All right, Yelan. Holy shit! All right. You know what? This is worth it to look on Akasha. Hey! Goddamn! All right. C6R1, Yelan. This is a build with 26 crit substats, 6 HP, and 6 ER. Now, I don't have intimate knowledge about how much energy recharge she needs at higher constellation, but at the very base, this is a build with a lot of good stats. That's 28 good stats to be exact. And holy shit. Holy shit. There are very little wasted substats in this build. And I can feel the dedication oozing all over the screen. And nice. This is the top 1%. God damn. Top 29 even. I'm gonna say this is an extremely well built character. Now, if I have the choice, you know what I'm gonna say. I would go for a crit rate circlet. It's probably gonna overcap by 3% or something. It's just because. Is there any constellation increase her crit rate? By the way, I don't think so, right? When you have this much crit damage, you really want 100% crit rate. That brings out her damage even more. Oh, with Mona. If you have Mona C4, don't even worry about it. Refresh it. Alright, alright. If you have Mona C4, don't worry. This is a little bit worse for some reason. Interesting. This is a 37 substat build with more crit, a little bit less HP. I think what happens really is that you give up the 150 ER, so now you're in the more competitive leaderboard, 140% AR. That's what it is. Yep. With Mona C4, you don't even have to worry about it. This is a 100% crit rate almost effectively. I think it's 97 actually. But yeah, it's a lot of dedication. Love it. You don't need ER on C6, you want cycle anyway. Is it? Yelan C6 is strong, but I don't think it's today's DPS C6 strong. Don't get me wrong, it's still very strong. Very juicy indeed. You only pull for archons and weapons, so don't expect many 5-star character. All good, all good. Alright. Very nice, Yelan. Congrats on getting the build together. Gotta love the dedication. Is it, I wonder, is this a one-off thing, or do you see a lot of characters? Yelan seems to be a one-off thing. Yeah, respect it. Just caught up on my banner review. Did I mention Goro's talent priority? Because if you remember correctly, his skill is where his buffing comes from. His burst makes it more mobile. Should AR be a priority? Yes, there's not really anything else you really want to build on him. This is the only thing that his burst, I don't think, his burst just makes it mobile. You can, and make the buffing last a tiny bit longer. So if you can, you would still want ER on him. But for talent priority, you just want to level his skill up. Let me double check, see if I'm not wrong. Yeah, all the buffing defense increase is from his skill. His burst is just his personal damage. And it makes the buffing last longer. Nice. There's a duration with constellation. It is, yeah, it is increased. 12 seconds. It's nice. You can honestly also do burst every other rotation, but I mean, there's not that many thing else you really want to build on this guy. So I guess you can build defense so he heals more and give more nod-krai resonance instead of energy recharge. You could do that. Alright, Farina. Music, I see your thing. I'm just doing some quick stuff for other people before I log into your account and do an extensive one. Farina. 35 substats, nice. With a lot of crit, which matters. 25 crit subs, HP subs, and energy recharge. This is 200 recharge with Favonius sword. So absolutely, absolutely good for many of the teams that you want to play her in. She's versatile and also doing good damage. This is a well-built Farina. Crit is very much around 1/2 of crit damage. Crit rate equal half crit damage. This is a well-built Farina. Why don't just put your UID and you don't have to keep saying it. Just put your damn UID in, dude. I mean, my turn, but where's your UID? What do you want me to look at, Lilo? You gotta make your Furina look like that for the flex? Oh boy, another Furina. Alright, let's see. So also a very well built Moika. Yeah, this is pretty well built. Furina. Nice. 35 substats in total. Nice. 195 recharge, which is also very reasonable. So it's a C2 for right now we're looking at. Oh. Yeah, close enough to 102. Close enough. This is a well built for right now. Love the dedication. There's another Akasha account flex situation going on here. Mawika Melt. Oh boy, I think this is better than my build. Signature weapon, 36 good substat in total, and a lot of it is concentrated into grit. That's really nice. God damn, I am jealous. Ha! Laugh at this goblet. That's the only thing I can laugh at, don't worry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. God damn, what a flower. Alright. Well built. We're gonna take a look up until Yelan. Okay. Staff of Homeless. Now this, I'm gonna say this is a little bit sus in terms of energy recharge for Escovia. You kind of need 2 more Favonius in the team and 3 cryo character for her to recharge her burst. It's still a little bit iffy. It's mostly because her burst is kind of important because if you often play her Furina, if you don't play her Furina, then don't worry about it. But if you play her Furina, not getting her burst is also not getting the buff from Furina. But regardless, if you have enough, if you manage to have enough ER to burst every rotation, this is a good build. 32 substats. 23 grid subs in total. And a lot of ER from substats here with attack percent. Attack percent is also nice for her. Ah, I see. This is fine. This is focusing on her healing. That's fine too. Attack percent increase her healing. Piv, hello. Good day to you too. Triple cryo and 5 just barely gets it all. I see. Yeah, that works. And finally, this is the Yelan. 32 subs. And this is close enough to 100. I dig it. Oh boy. This better be an on-field 3 Hydro Yelan. Because at C0... This is Akasha Gaming. This is not Genshin Impact. This build is just for Akasha. But yeah, it's a nice build. Alright, Akasha account flex. Let's go. Widow it up. Look at this Varesa. She has proudly gotten die clear just 2 days ago. Maybe a little bit more than 1 day ago. Look at this Varesa. God damn! Wrong sound effect. There we go. 36 substats on her signature set. This is really nice. Yeah. All the talent priority are correct. 1 to 2 crit to crit, red to crit damage. Energy recharge, I would personally get a tiny bit more, but this is very fine to have. Alright. This motherfucker. This motherfucker. Top 300 never. It's crazy. When can I get these good artifacts for never? Checking real quick. Yeah, Elemental Mastery is actually equal to crit damage here. Holy shit. What a build. Yeah, we don't care about Shangli. Yelan on 5. This is nice. Say 38 substat Yelan. And 5 makes her actually usable in many teams. No, this is a every day, every team Yelan, but also really well built. 38 substat. It's crazy. This man's been living in Emblem domain for very long. So he's just scamming all his characters with Emblem. I know. This is Emblem. Yeah, here's something we can do. Ready? Here's something you can do. I'm gonna point at some emblem pieces. Alright. And see how many characters they are used in. Alright, this is an emblem piece. It's used both in Raiden and Yelan. This is on Ayaga. Ooh. It's on Yelan. Oh boy, there are more pieces than I thought. Alright. But actually has many good pieces. Alright. Not scamming. Ah, found it. This is used on both Raiden, Yelan, and Xiangling. Alright. Not many as I thought. This is legit then. Subscribe to TV Bird YouTube! Indeed, chat. Indeed. Subscribe. If you have not, what are you doing with your life? Okay, music, I think you've been waiting long enough. Let's log into your account. And let's do a full account review for you. I think the camera is a tiny bit too close. This is the Aerope account, alright. Music, are you here? Because the first time logging into your account, I'm gonna need a verification code sent to your email. Yeah, it's sent to your email. You in that domain for 1.5 years? Alright, thank you. Aerope. You also in that domain for 1.5 years did not get anything. Usually when I look at a build, just like in general, usually when I look at a build, if I see 1 or 2 good artifacts, that's usually you're lucky. But if I look at a build and I see an entire build being good, that's not just luck. It doesn't come that often. That is dedication. That is a lot of time spent farming, perfecting the character you like. And I respect that. You can stand and critique. Gotta go put on your glasses. You cannot read on screen without closing one eye, which is not quite convenient. Oh, they don't know you're wearing glasses. Here we go. This is music account. Right in main. Let's take a look at this account. Okay. I see who you are. Alright. It seems that if you like a character, that character is gonna have a weapon. So, let's take a look at the characters then. You're in fact part of the Glass Squad! Let's take a look into these characters first. We're gonna take the characters and the constellation you have before we take specific look at the build. This is Mahuika 1, Fantasy 1. Yeah, the 4 stars, if you pull this many character, you likely... Oh, wait. Oh. You don't have a lot of 5-star. I see. Wait. Right. So you only pull Archons and then the rest you put you into weapon. Alright. I see. I see. Okay, so Zhongli, Raiden C2, Nahida, Brina C2, and Colomida will likely be here soon. If that's the case, you may not have all the 4-star actually. Yeah, there's not C6. Cool. Some of the important 4-star. Just take a quick peek. Fair enough. Fair enough. You're missing Ifa. Yeah, he's gonna be on the banner, so that's gonna be gold mine for you. You may go after them, Janfire. Absolutely. Go to Discord and just message me or direct message me. Okay. So the rest of the pools is likely that you are putting on the weapon banner, which is a very fine thing to do. I guess I can take a look at the characters with weapons in here. This is a R1 Mahuika, R1 Venti, Jet Spear Zhongli. Nice. R1 Raiden, R1 Nahida, R1 Farina.
Exploration.
Any other more noteworthy weapon that I am particularly interested in here? This is Aqua Simulacra Visual. This weapon's nice to have. Hunter's Path on Yehoda. First Great Magic on Amber. R4 Donuts, crazy. Sauce on Shangling. Nice. R2 Jet Spear on Zhongli actually. Oh my, yow yow. Red Horn Gaming R4. Jet Cutter, cool. This is fine. Key of Kaznisut on Layla. It's nice. There's a Glop. Cool. Oh, there's also this. That's nice.
And trials.
So, I think
is right up my alley.
this is definitely an account that is eccentric, which means that you have a specific thing you're trying to pull for. I'm gonna ask, Music, do you plan to clear Endgame? And do you try to still follow your gimmick? And so, do you try to clear your endgame within the gimmick you created for your account? Whose account is this? This is Music. You are clearing endgame so far, alright. Yeah, this account is specifically only pulling for Archons and then dumping the rest of the pools onto weapon, which is a gimmick that I think is cool. Let's take a look at Stygian. If this is not an issue, it's likely just Stygian. Because you likely maybe lack the good support. I see. Making a team is... making 3 teams can be tough when you don't have a lot of characters. That makes sense. You did not try Stygian. That's fair enough. If you cannot make 3 teams, it is hard to do. Because that is the requirement, technically. Right, I'm getting very distracted. Hold on. So what is your goal in the account?
Let's go jumping in
Do you want me to answer specific question in mind when I review this? Or do you just like me to take a look at the cool things that your account has? Which I can also absolutely do. And as you're answering that, I'm gonna just take a look into the builds of these characters for now. I see. You have the signature artifact set for her. And talent is fully built. Nice. Z1. I think regarding artifacts, this can probably be improved. This is nice. This is also nice, actually. That's a lot of grit. Actually, the artifact seems fine. Maybe my perception on the grid is just slightly skewed by looking at different weapons on Mavuika often. Take a look. Let me just take a look at some Akasha for people using Mavuika with her signature weapon. Just to get a perception. I use a different weapon on her, so I usually see more crit rate than this, or crit damage than this. Relaunch has a Mavuika with signature, right? Let's see. Yeah, I see. So what is going on here? Why does the grid on this seems not high? Let me take a look at this again. Attack. 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 I think it's gonna be helpful if I do this. Just to take a look into this in a little bit clearer fashion. Why you have some decent amount of stats? It seems a lot of them are saturated into lesser important stats. And also, you do not have a mount build for her, which is still gonna be her best team. I think with Charesi 6, likely her overload is competitive, but you have to play really well for that to be competitive. You have to use some gamer combos for that to happen. So, in terms of artifact, I think there is room for improvement if you want to do it. You just want to prove a point that endgame is possible without having a lot of characters. You're playing as off meta as possible most of the time. You're just looking for some general advice for your characters where are possible and impossible teams to improve more besides artifact energy. Okay. Fair enough. Then I'll just take a glance at artifacts in general and then we'll move on. This is actually a nice build, right? I think this is a nice build. Let me double check. Yep, this is a nice build. Good, nice. Cool, it's a good build. I'm gonna say, if you want to clear endgame, you want to prove a point that even with off-meta teams, you can still clear endgame, then let's try to make a team or 3 teams for you to clear endgame. Let me make some teams for you, just in general. that I consider are still strong these days. Have you met this team? You have not. Alright. This is a team that you can play with your Mavuika without melt. Mavuika, Chavez, Ian-san, Auroron.
Want me to join?
This is a very strong team. One of the strongest these days, just slightly below her melt team. A strong team these days. Venti is not that strong. After the buff, he can clear some stuff, but it's okay. Let me see, what can we make for Venti? This with Bayonet. And who's the best last slot? We are going to need a Hexerai character. Oh, Durin is not here. We can go with Fischl. We can go with Fischl. Yeah, definitely.
I won't hold you back.
This is a decent team. And what is another good team? That's probably gonna have something to do with Farina. If Farina is built quite well. With Columbina, I'm gonna say Farina Columbina is gonna be a team. This is tentatively Columbina.
Hey, playtime!
And we're gonna need some Lunar Charge situation, I guess, Raiden.
Stay close and you will live.
Who's the last slot? Jean? Sucrose? We're gonna need a healer. Jean. Oh, actually.
Watch and learn.
Is this worth it? Hold on. Hold on. Probably. Probably. Because this is important for Ascendant Gleam, right? Ascendant Gleam is still gonna enable nod-krai resonance, and that does some more damage. A little bit cope. I think it's okay. Welcome in Vinay Rana. Account review? Absolutely. Give me a moment. I'm currently reviewing this account. I think this is your 3 teams. And you, depending on situation, you just have to fit these 3 teams into station or slot. Sticks 1. Sticks 2. Sticks 3. You know what? No.
My experiment will succeed.
What'd they do this time?
Sucrose is good for a Lunar team. I'm thinking about what other party members we can put in here. Fischl for Hexerai buff, but Farina still require healer. It's, you know, it's fine. Let's put Raiden it up. Raiden's fine. It's a little bit cold, but it's fine.
Watch and learn.
But you have absolutely no idea how to build your holder. Just slap something on her. Your holder is an build her like Jean. Just build her like Jean. She's a Nemo healer, scaling on attack. That's what she does. Just do that. She's fine. What she has over Jean is that she has a nod-krai citizenship. So together with Columbina, this is gonna be Columbina, right? It's not gonna be Aino. Together with Columbina, it's gonna enable the nod-krai resonance, which is this. And then Raiden will help reduce both Furina's and Columbina's energy recharge situation to close to 0. And then you can build all offensive stats on these characters. It's okay. Let's look at the next station. We can try to aim for Fearless, or we can also try to aim for Menacing. For this next station, I am going to use the teams in which order? Mavuika will be the second. You need this for the first rough. You kind of need this for the first, but also you have no hydro for the third. What's going to be the third? The third is kind of have to be Columbina because that's your AoE hydro applicator. Do you have any other AoE hydro applicator? Candace! You have to bring the damage though. This is not a good situation to use Candace in. What if we cook? What if we cook?
I know. Present.
Columbina will have to be on the first one. There is no way around it. Columbina will need to deal with the Lunar specific boss. I'm thinking this. I'm thinking
I can do it.
Fischl for Lunar charge. I am thinking. Actually, I know it up. This is Columbina now.
We can
Sure.
do this.
Columbina, I know it up. And a prototype armor or someone. Prototype armor Sucrose. This has to be Furina. Furina will help with the hydro thing. And I would say Xingqiu
For justice.
for hydro. Now we can go with... This is when we go Jean, right?
Let the wind lead.
Lisa for Death Threat? Can go with Barbara if necessary. I think this team will likely be able to clear Fearless. This team with Columbina, because that's a shield, will likely be able to clear Fearless. This seems like a menacing situation for me. Do you have consolation on this? Oh, C2, actually. This can be a Fearless situation. Yeah, this can be Fearless. Death Threat for who? Death Threat for which team? Oh, for the reminder that Lunar reaction ignore defense already. You do have Grizzly weapon and a full 100 set for Barbara. You know what? Sure, go wide. If you have that.
We can do this. I can do it.
Any
You lead the way.
animal that you like just to shred defense. Is there an useful Nahida? Hold on. Is there an useful Nahida down here? Can we Luna Bloom this? It's not really good. No. It's not really an useful Nahida. Wait.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Don't tell me they did it again.
This can be an option. Does this have constellation? No. I would like to see a C2 Nahida here, but if not, then I'm gonna go with... Like, the reason that I think this is a little bit more is because Furina has constellation, so we would much rather focus on Furina's damage. And the way to buff Furina's damage is not to add some Bloom stuff. The way to add Furina's damage is to add a Nemo character to rest shred. So it's likely gonna be something like this.
Is it time for a
Any Nemo is fine. And you can technically also do this.
Want me to join?
And DPS on Charlotte's low cost Skirk replacement. I think Barbara DPS and Charlotte DPS is similar enough that I'd say for this enemy it is countered by Hydro. Just use Barbara instead. Yeah, these are going to be your 3 teams for next station. And I think this can cook. I am happy to try this station on your account if you are fancy. I'm happy to put the testing to where my mouth is. And if you don't want me to further comment on artifacts, I think you have a general direction of what is a good artifact. It's just you want to farm more and have a little bit better RNG. Other than that, you are good. Is there any specific question you would like to ask me? Actually, let me try to gear these characters up. Ooh, double plays is on Twitch. Furina is likely gonna use this weapon for herself, and let me try to gear this character up. Yeah. Columbina, you're gonna pull her weapon. I don't have to worry about it. Sucrose can hold this weapon, I think. Yeah, Sucrose can hold this weapon. And Columbina, I know Fischl can hold a DPS weapon. For the Barbara team, Barbara can hold the Risley weapon, and Furina holds Furina weapon. Auroron holds... Auroron probably holds Energy for the end, maybe? Not really. Auroron just holds DPS weapon. There's not really any buffing weapon here. And finally... Who do I use for the last slot in that team? Lynette holding Silonan's weapon and build full defense. I mean, no other animo does anything, right? Oh, you know what? You can ban it up. Yeah, you know. Yeah, no. Ban is bad. Ban is bad. Sorry, ban is bad. You want to buff Furina, not just Barbara. You want to buff Furina. All right, I think that we good. Any more specific questions for me? I think, all in all, I think this is a really cool account. You're absolutely a player that explores everything. You do enjoy the game your own way. I respect it. It's just probably asking question about clearing endgame with your very specific condition. Check the 5 count. Yeah, 5. 5, 5. That's probably a lot more 5. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You know what? Actually, not as many 5 as I thought. Probably because you R5 them. Yeah, try to get some better artifacts. If the end game is actually a challenge you want to take on, I would say that the way you play the game is absolutely fine. Don't feel pressure, external pressure to change it. There are many ways to enjoy this game. Now, if you want to clear more end game with this account, I recommend artifacts is a good thing to do. And I think you know what to do regarding artifacts. It's just farming them to be better. Where's TTDS? Where are the TTDS? When you have this many weapons, do you need TTDS? That's the question. I think it's still nice, right? I actually don't know. Triple crown DPS bandit. Hey. Triple crown. How many triple crown are there? Probably the characters on top are very much crown. Nice. Barbara. Let's see Barbara. Nice. Charlotte DPS. Hey, you gotta respect the Charlotte DPS. Nice. I think many of them are level 9 talents, right? If not all. Just gonna go quickly through. Nice. Cool. All right. Not a melee shot player. Okay, any more specific question or we're good to proceed with the next one? The next account. Dude, you saw a donut? I did. Yeah, go ahead and try it. Don't be discouraged if you cannot try Fearless. Just try menacing. Menacing still requires you to do 3 teams, and I think that is still something that you can challenge yourself to. For Donillion Donut. Alright. Okay. Who are the people that wants me to look at the account again? There's Weirdo, there's Janfire, right? Anyone else? I do take my time with this. Vina Rana, alright. Alright, we can take a look at the UID. That's fine too. Should be fast. Is there any character you want me to take a look at specifically? The best character in general is Fishjaw. Top 1% and Shangling top 1%. Yeah. Ooh. I think we did see that, right? Yeah. Shangling, you probably swap some of her artifacts around. Special! Nice. Good build. Sure, you can do that, Widow. Oh. Let's check Anchor then. Okay, there we go. You're trying to build decent teams. You have been pulling on all banners but cannot clear Stygian or 36 star abyss. Alright, so real quick, reality check. Stygian is harder than abyss. Now, Stygian is gonna require 3 teams, abyss requires 2. These are the characters you have. Immediately I see a Skirk team. Immediately I see a Flints team. Potentially also a Varesa team. Let's take a look at the few of these characters built. I think this is a fine build. 20 crit subs, enough ER. You're not a god? That's exactly what a god would say. Strong teams. Take account, not sure how to do that. Well, I can log into your account and you will send me your account information. You can join my Discord and private message me with your account login details. So right now there is Widow that wants me to take a look at his account first. And we are just gonna take a look into this for now and give you some preliminary advice. If you still want more, you can give me your account login ID. Login. This is a fine build. 20 crit subs, enough ER substat for him to be functional. This can be improved a little bit, but in general, I would say it's fine. I would get more energy recharge on this guy. 130 at least. I would put this weapon on Inefa. This is a okay build for her. When her new artifact set comes out next patch, you do want to farm that artifact. Talent priority is absolutely fine. So, I think you have a decent Flints Inefa team. That is current premium Flints team. With good sucrose build, functional sucrose build. You play them with Ino, right? Just to check. If this team is not clearing, I'm gonna hold off my judgment for a little bit. Let's check a few more. Farina C1. Oh, this build can be improved. That's only 12 crit subs. A lot of recharge, which is nice. Okay, let's take a quick look at all these characters here. Skirk build is nice. Skirk build is nice. Oh boy, okay. Double checking. Yep. This should be an attack sand, and this should be a cryo goblet because you use an attack weapon. Generally, she can flip-flop between attack goblet and cryo goblet. Cryo goblet still gonna be a little bit better. If you use an attack weapon, then you definitely want a cryo goblet. Get more crit rate. I recommend a crit rate circlet for her. Skirk build is the first one I take a look at and I say, yeah, you should improve that. These are okay. Farina should be improved. Escofia, not enough energy. Build can be improved. Varesa, level this up to 6 or 8 or 9 even. This should be attack. And this can be off piece, right? Oh, right. No. This has to be on piece. I thought this is the same artifact set. Taking a look at everything. This is an okay build for a support. This is good build. So, Flint's team, you're probably doing fine with some content. Skirk build, I can see that you may be not doing the best potential that this team can do. And maybe some Versa stuff, some Durin stuff. Arlecchino is a better build character for this. I would say, I think I kind of see the problem you face. Your characters are not really well built. If you build them a bit better, you will be able to tackle content more easily. I say this without the knowledge of how you actually play these characters. Perhaps you are not playing them correctly, but I don't know about that. If you think you're playing them correctly, then I'll just take your word for it. Yeah, no for now, so added a couple other characters so you can refresh, alright. That's just it. It takes a little bit for it to refresh. We'll come back to this later. This account with this cast of character, I would say for this Spiral Abyss, because I've been helping people with clearing Spiral Abyss, I would say it is very 34 or 35 star worthy with these cast of characters. It's likely just because maybe you're not knowing how to counter enemies well, and maybe you are not having the best of builds, and maybe you're not rotating your teams very well. It can be a combination of all three, it can be one or the other. Alright, let's log out this account. Let's not hawk this account anymore. Log into Weirdo's account for now. Let's do a review of Weirdo. We're doing account review, yes. For the people that's not currently having your account review, you can likely still take away a thing or two. Widow's account, I have logged in for many times already, and I have taken a look at many characters. So, do you have any specific questions? Do you want me to plan for your next season? Planning your pools? Artifacts, I think your artifacts are really well farmed already. Roast you. You want me to recycle my roast? Chad, look at this fucking no life. Farming all of his characters to perfection. For what? To flex it on the internet without just to forego touching grass. Alright, where's his Akasha? Where's this there with Akasha? You have to go? I see. Don't worry, we can definitely hang out and I can take a look at your account, either just taking at your builds online or any other way in a different time. Have a good one, Janfire. Just for an ounce of cloud on the internet? Top 1%, top 1%, top 1%, top 1%, top 1%, top 1%, top 2%. 2%, 2, 3, 3, 4. Alright, we don't care about this. For what? For cloud? And what do you have to sacrifice for this? Your social skill? Your in real life friends? I cannot say your GPA because I know you you got second place. Yeah, we'll keep it at that. Just keep the roster light. Plan for the next stage, Ed. Holy ties! Alright, sorry. God! Next stage, Ed. It's likely gonna be Colombia, right? That's what we're doing, Ari! We're celebrating the appearance of Ari. I'm currently doing account review. This is the weirdest account. Colombia saving? Absolutely. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Yeah, we can do that. Sure. She's fine. This character is also fine. Do you have C2 I know actually?
Let me down, Kerplunkatron. I've been waiting for you for ages.
You don't. C1 I know is okay, but her AoE is cringe. So, here's an idea.
Oh, you're calling for me? Coming.
This character is a Hydro application, and that's it. She provides 0 buff. It's okay. It's okay. She provides absolutely 0 buff for this team, but so is Aino. Aino's 80 elemental mastery fine, but then she missed her burst. Do you? What are we doing? What's the next boss? This guy. Hold on. Let's put a Skulk team down, maybe. How? What? It's rough. This is rough. Who do we use for the Hydro boss? I guess. Are you based?
I'll only demonstrate this once.
Are you based? You are based.
I'm never late.
We need a healer.
What's the news?
Maybe that's enough. I guess this can also be Nilo. Just because she has AoE Hydro application and the craft spawns
Why are we
minion.
dancing today?
Put tenacity on her.
I promise to keep you safe.
Is B now for the Hydro boss? Yeah. It's likely the case. I'm trying to save B now for somewhere else, but maybe we just need to use this. This will do. We're gonna use a Varesa team for the shock trooper dude. That seems like a fine choice for me. Where's Chevres? Chef, Ian, San, Durin.
Woohoo! This is gonna be fun.
Yep. You know what? I would use Bina for this. I would use Bina for this. That's at least better than Candace, right? Yeah, that's at least better than Candace. Let's represent Columbina for this.
Wish me luck.
And that, we can call it a day. Tenacity. Tenacity for Columbina because she's doing not good damage in this. Maybe Noblesse or Scroll on Charlotte if you're based. If you are based. You put Scroll on Marina. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. If you are based, you put Tenacity on Columbina, you put Noblesse on Farina because she bursts every rotation, and you put Scroll on Charlotte. But you don't have to farm that. You just put Farina on a DPS set. That's fine. This is against a Pyro grab, so she's gonna vape. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's put a little bit of music in here. K-pop it up. UID? Ah, okay. Right. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the play. HP grid's gonna be the best for Columbina, but hydro damage is surprisingly okay. Surprisingly okay. It's worse, but if you have great substats on a hydro goblet, you can use that. Luna 4, Sticks 1. Hello, Dino. Should you get enough for our Columbina? You have a flames, right? Enough. Yes, I'm serious. Enough is better for flames. Let me remember your account. What else does your account have? You have a skunk. You need a Escovia for skunk. Colomina is not good for skunk. She is as good as Yelan. As good as Moalane, as good as Sidlale, as good as Mona. She's an option you can use. It's not an improvement. Who decided that? Me. I decide that they are as strong. And you decide. This is you. This is the you part. Even if they are only as strong, are you still gonna use them for skunk? You can be based about it. Yeah, I have the calculation for that specifically. I was also curious about that. Skirk Yelan, Escofia Farina 113. Skirk Colombina, Escofia Farina 122. Skirk Mualani, Escofia Farina 127. Regarding Colombina, all in FMA for Flints. Flints in FMA is 103. Flints Colombina is 95. So if you ask me for a meta question, I'll say in FMA. But you can go Colombina if you like. And she is not night and day difference, too night and day difference to too much influence your decision. Okay, hold on. What's your Discord username? Okay, this is exactly you. Okay, hi. Yes, you can share that. Yeah, your login here. This is Team Whisper. Etoflex, let's go with Etoflex. Etoflex, where's Ito? Hey, C2 Ito. Is this guy gonna be able to play with Colombina? Hold on. Is his constellation actually good or trash? I don't even know what Ito does. Each party member who is elemented in jail will decrease that skill cooldown. You know what? You can play Ito like a knockoff Zerbai, right? You can play Ito, Goro, Colombina, and I don't know. I know. For nod-krai resonance. Etoflex. Hey, Etoflex. White blind. Cough it up. Gotta cough it up, chat. Cough it up. Other than that, yeah, we knew this already. We don't have to go through all the in-game because this already shows it, right? This is amazing in terms of farming. Gotta give it to you. You spend a lot of time in artifact domain and it does show. You explore, right? Yeah, decently. Nice, 100. Nice. And let me show this off. We can show this off. Chat. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? This is the product of staying late at night after stream about 2 days ago. Ito, sorry, fucking Ito, fuck. I with Widow and I think Ari joined for a brief moment. There's also Jackson joining for a brief moment. Yeah, Jackson joined throughout. We know live this and got the Varesa clear in exactly 120 seconds, which was holy crap, took a lot out of me. Until the last second with this one. Yeah. Alright. I think that is the main purpose that we are staying here. I've managed to give you a potential Stygian Onslaught. Next Stygian Onslaught team. It's gonna be the 3 teams at the bottom here. Truly crazy. Yeah, I was actually just lying in my bed and keep thinking about how I can rotate better in that. I couldn't sleep. So, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna get that. Or fail trying. Okay, let's move on to the next account. Vinay Runner, feel free to give me the information on your account on Discord. I have messaged you. In my private message. Alright then. I think after Vinay Runner's account, I can give my 3 account tours, and all 3 of my accounts I do pull different characters on those, so we can discuss a little bit about the account progress and how those characters fare against the endgame. Colomida gets cuteness buff. She does. Chat, who's the cutest character in this game? Who's the cutest? On top of your head, just the first answer that comes to your head without even look at any character list. And then we can take a look at the internet. Cutest is Sidgewin. I do have a character in mind that fits the word cute. Baby girl Sidgewin. Frida. There are 2 Frida answers. Yeah. I see your detail, Vinay Runner. Alright. Alex Plus, quick question. Who's the cutest character in Genshin? Wait, login using Twitter? Hold on. Okay, let me double check. That's... I've not logged in using Twitter before. Let's see. So I have to log into your Twitter? Okay. So I'm gonna need a code that Twitter just sent to your email, because apparently I have to log in from your Twitter. Send me that code in direct message. Okay. Let's continue the conversation with chat. Varasa, I say. I would say the cutest character that I've been thinking of is Yao Yao. And she's absolutely getting a new screen for this. And this next patch. The next character that comes to mind, usually the word cute I associate with kids, but if I'm gonna select a more mature character that is also fit the word cute, I'd say Yoimiya. That's the first character that comes to my mind. Oh wait, Pep also wants an account reveal? I did not know that. Alright, we can do this afterward, don't worry. I completely missed that, sorry. The bells changed to bellflowers. You explode. Alright, Pep, don't worry, we'll get to that. Okay, Vinay Runner, I'm not sure if you heard. I'll need a confirmation code from X Twitter sent to your email. If yeah. There's asking for age. Age is just a number, chat. Okay, I have to authorize this app. Oh boy, this is the hell. Okay, now I'm gonna need another verification code sent by Genshin to your email. Chad, do you usually log in with your own Genshin account, or do you often log in with another account, maybe like Google or Twitter or something? I usually log in with just a Genshin account. I created a Genshin account. I guess it can be convenient if you log in with something different. What happened after seeing your Ito? I say that maybe you can play Ito Luna with Columbina, and it will be maybe Ito, Goro, Columbina, and Aino. Columbina, Aino for the nod-krai resonance. Let me type that to you. Bonk? What did I know? I'm shatteringly bonked. Hold your first account is more convenient. Yeah, hold your accounts because you have Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, and ZZZ accounts. I see. Okay, thank you. Got it. And this account is in which server? Okay. Let me know which server do you play in, and I can log into the exact server. Otherwise, I might just log in the wrong server and start a new game. All right, got it. That was multiple steps. We're here. Have you the new vid on your channel yet, Pip? Pip has a channel? Alright, here we are. So, let's take a look at these characters. Flames in our team, and let's see if you have a team. Okay. Using Farina is okay in here. I think that's fine. Though I believe Farina can be used in a different team, and using Farina in a Flames team is a little bit of a waste. So I would rather use an Aino here. Where's Aino? Yeah.
Aino? Present!
Exploration, Overload. Yep, this is a very fine team. Do you have C6 special? You don't. Have you bought a C6 special? You can buy a C6 official if you want. All C6 official, all official is also gone Columbina's banner if you want to pull for that. So, I think your teams are really good, as we have seen from before. It's just that your artifacts are slightly cooked. This is a very fine team as well. I would use Mona, yeah, it's fine. Alecchino team, I would use something different. This is the Alecchino team I would use. Alecchino. Sorry.
All right, team, let's move it out.
No. Bennett.
I won't hold you back.
Lanyan. Ian Sun is fine. Ian Sun is very fine. You can also use Official's okay in a non-overload team. Oh, there it is.
All right.
I'm done.
You.
There we go. This is the Arlecchino team I would use for you. Your favorite song? What is this song? So Done by Emin. This is So Done by Emin. For the people who is curious, let me paste that for you. Ayaya. So, I am going to try some of these teams right now to see how good they are. We're just gonna not try hard this. This is not really an endgame help, but I can show you how I would play these teams. And maybe you can, maybe you see a difference if there is one. If you're already playing well, that's fine. This seems fine. Oh, hold on. I think a problem I see is not having enough energy on these characters. Fine. This is fine. You should ground Freena's burst. It's more important than skill. Her buffing is more important because her skill only increase her personal damage, her burst increase both her personal damage and her teammate's damage. Usually it's more value. You need to burst on this girl to get the heal for Freena burst. Where is Mona? Mona, you need to level her up. Let's do Xingqiu for now, because I don't think you have enough energy on this girl. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, this can be done. Not gonna worry too much about artifact situation right now. That's okay. How much ERs he have? No, plunge. Level up your artifacts for Yan-san. We're not using Bennett, so she can grab this. Let's go. Quebec, Hitman Quebec, welcome back to the stream.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me read it. Into the void. Annihilate.
Strike a pose.
The lightning echoes.
Adaptive frosting. The pinnacle of excellence.
Know my sword. Witness the power.
Mine to wield.
Any questions regarding rotation, go ahead and ask. I will do my best to answer them.
A little
Shower me with praise. Let my name echo.
At first, the flavor.
Witness the power. Mine to wield.
Strike a pose. Let the world come. Adaptive frosting. Hinagume.
No, my sword. Ring cutter. Mine to wield. Let my name echo in sun.
A little amuse-bouche. At first, the
Witness the power of Gudwa. No, my sword. Annihilate power.
So we take about 2 minutes and 15 seconds to clear the first side, which I think from what I've seen, that is around a Skirk team should be able to clear this within 1 minute and 45 seconds with an usual investment. This is shielding for Versa, so I believe it's going to be fine. We are likely not gonna get the 3-star.
Quick as a flash.
hero incoming. Headbutt. Charge. It's justice o'clock.
Very close.
Stop right there.
Watch out! Turning point.
Control breathing. It's justice o'clock.
Very close. The Skirk team is one of the teams that I think artifacts will help a lot.
Strike a pose. Change of plan. Off to the breather.
This is a chamber that the lack of energy recharge will show its ugly head. Because we have less enemies giving us particles than before.
Shower me with praise. Let the world come.
A little amuse-bouche. At first, the flavor.
Know my sword. Witness the power of God. Mine to wield.
What two bros doing? I don't know if your rotation usually go
Outlines your fate. Ring cutter.
always this smoothly, having everyone burst this frequently, or usually you have to wait around a little bit.
Hands where I can see 'em. Final warning.
Step aside.
On bonk. Hero incoming.
Oh boy.
Justice o'clock. Look out below. Stop right there.
Leave it to me.
Now energy problem.
Stronger. Let's.
I need a burst on this guy. I really need a burst on this guy.
Turning point.
Otherwise there is no overload and Traverse will not help us do damage. The healing in this team is also a little bit lacking, likely because Shavret's talent is not high. Come on.
Heads up! Watch out! Control breathing. On my mark. It's justice o'clock.
Oof. First chamber is low-key horrible for anyone not named Barasa. Indeed. We're gonna need some weird text. Oh my god, I love energy recharge. We need some weird text to be able to clear it. Now this is not something that Skirk is able to clear, unfortunately, because this specific enemy requires pyro. But I think that does give me quite a bit of impression on your characters. Let's try some Flint's teams. Does this character have enough recharge? She does not. Well, with this weapon she does. Alright, that's fine. Let me see what weapon I can give to this guy. Mouse Skirk clears. Right. Want to try your team? Not today.
Installation chamber deployed. Annihilation mode.
Observe. Beware the creatures of the night. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark? Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
Ultimatum protocol.
C6 Male Clerks clear. I think only C0 clears. I don't think C6 will clear.
Dust. To dust.
Preparing for dust up. Look, your rainbow! Stay clear.
To dust. The long sleep beckons. Observe. To dust.
Annihilation mode.
This is not a good example of how you play Flints, because usually Flints do not use this many bursts. He does not use his big bursts. This is only because there are so many enemies giving art particles that I can do this.
Preparing for dust up.
Go claw! Absorb contested.
Do you fear the dark?
Hey, we're gonna get the 3-star. Flint's big burst is too cool, right? What should you pull for your second 5-star? What is your first 5-star? Who is your first 5-star? Bukuri, Joan, and welcome into the stream.
Justice will prevail.
Watch out! The story has only just...
Faster, stronger. Charge! Kapow! Hi! Yeah! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock.
Alikino.
Drop your weapons.
Leave it to me! The story has only just...
Control breathing. Stop! Hero incoming! Yeah! Oof!
Pull Silonan.
Justice o'clock. Yeah!
Silonan is a fine Alikino support. Alongside of Silonan, you will also get Chevres
Stop right there!
and Ian San, which are fine Alikino support if you continue wanting to build an Alikino team. However, if you want to pull the characters next patch, they are not gonna synergize with Alikino very well.
Headbutt! Hero incoming! Yeah! Good. Good. Hero incoming! Good. Final warning!
See if we can get this.
Control breathing. Let's move! Charge! Yeah!
Oh man.
Look out!
Oh man. Alright, so close. Not gonna sweat that today.
Decay!
You're just free to play? Yeah. Free to play gets pulled, man. You don't have Primogem, now your pity is 65. You can also decide to not pull next patch if you don't... If you want to help your Alikino team specifically and you don't want to pull it for a new team. But pulling for a new team is also fine. If you want to start to build a new team, pulling for Inefa is okay. I would recommend pulling for Inefa if you don't have any other 5-star nod-krai characters, because Columbina is only useful with another... only having her full potential realized with another nod-krai 5-star character. Do you know that there are about 300 to 500 pools on the map? That should be enough to pull for 2 characters. One character is about 150 pulls. Bina and Inefa are a strong combo together, but if you only can get one, I would just say Inefa first. You can also decide to get Zebai, which is having her full team on her banner. You can play Zebai, Goro, Aino, and Itlua, and that is a decent team. That's fine. That's who I would recommend for. One of these 3 characters are fine as the first, as a second nod-krai, as a second 5-star character to pull. As I'm gonna lean a little bit more toward Inefa or Zebai. Colomina is a little bit lower, but you can also pull her if in the future you plan to pull one of nod-krai character. Sadly, Bennett does not come home in Durin banner. My condolences. Yeah, Bennett is a nice character for Alikino, but he will also be available in the shop for you to buy at some point. I think in May. Alright, real quick. For... who, what's the name of the person? Vanera. You have 50 pools saved for Colomina in case you want to do pools account you're fine with it. If you, Vinay Runner, if you want me to do pooling on your account when Colomina drops, I can absolutely do that. That's fine by me. Do you know, these enemies are really special. They never respawn again. If I kill them, they're dead forever. I'm gonna leave that experience for you. Your team is Alikino, Ian San, Fischl, and Shangling. That is a very fine team. Do you have Chevres, actually? Do you have Chevres? This character. You can use Alikino, Ian San, Fischl, and Chevres, and that is also a very good team. That's better than Shangling. Your map is still in Liyue. Right, I recommend Chevres over Shangling then. Chevres is a character that buffs both Alikino and Fischl, when Shangling is just providing her personal damage, and I think for a newer player, it's likely that you don't have enough energy recharge for Shangling. It's likely. And the ban is dropping tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Well, it's 12 a.m. for me now, so technically tomorrow. Mr. Shield, welcome into the stream. Okay. I want to see Vinay Rana specifically because this is Vinay Rana account and I'm currently giving advice to Vinay Rana on this account. So, do you have any question regarding my gameplay over there? Does it seem smoother than your gameplay? Or is there any specific question you have for me? I think these characters is absolutely fine in order to clear. Checking. Yeah. Build them a little bit better, play them a little bit better. Gonna wait a little bit. You mad? I know it's not first phase, but you get it. Yeah, it was my prediction that I know it's gonna be the first phase because she's kind of the 4-star Colombina. But it is what it is. It is technically nice for the Zibai's Polar because if they happen to not have Colombina, then they can still make a team with Zibai. Can Eva replace your Sucrose in your friend's team? Absolutely not. Sucrose is goated. I'm sorry. Sucrose is goated. This is what Sucrose provides. Other than holding True Tales of Dragon Slayer, she also has another benefit over Ifa, which is she shares her elemental mastery with the team. And both Flint and Inefa and in the future Colombina like this buff. This buff is team-wide. Ifa does not buff the team. I think he provides a buff when he is on field, right? Let me double check. Yeah. When Ifa is in his state, which requires him to be on field, he has to be the carry for him to buff Lunar Charge. Any Elemental Mastery is nice. Sucrose gives 200. Sucrose is very good. Be glad she's an easy character to obtain. If you do the quest, I think the witch quest, you can get her for free. Lauma Bina Sidlali Yelan. This is a fine team. Sidlali is a little bit homeless, but if you like her, you like her. Playing Genshin as an OCD player is frustrating because you cannot 100% the map. Is that what's frustrating about it? It does feel smoother, but the weapon switch was unique. Never switch your Alikino weapon. It is okay if you don't want to switch to Alikino weapon. This weapon is also actually fine for Flint because he wants energy recharge. The big part of his damage is coming from his burst. All of his crit will be wasted if we're not bursting on him to do the damage. All of his other stat. This is okay. So I'm gonna return your Alikino's weapon. It's not too big of a deal. I just think it's funny. Jet Spear is better than R5 Shovel. Yes, that is true. This is not Jet Spear though. It's something else. Who should you switch Sidlali with? Inefa or Shinobu or Nilo? Can I advise on artifacts that need to change? You have a lot of farm but not sure to... Okay, sure. I'll see you, Dinev. Thanks for hanging out today. Alright, let's see. I think Flint's artifacts are okay, right? Okay. Alright, let me take a look at Skirk because that is the most important one. Here's the thing. You can farm Marichosi Hunter for her. It's a fine artifact to use if you use her with Furina. The requirement for this artifact is that when HP increase or decrease, when Furina is on the team, Skirk's HP can increase or decrease because Furina drains HP and Escovia heals it back up. And this set is equivalent to this set. However, Marichosi Hunter also comes with Golden Troop, which is the artifact set that you can use on Furina and Escovia. It is an efficient domain to farm for your entire Skirk team. Until you can farm better artifacts and have spent more time in artifact farming, and it seems that your entire Skirk team can use some better artifacts, I recommend farming the efficient one. Let me try to make some artifacts for her. That's a Risley. Oh, alright. Guess we have a full build. I guess we have a full build. I don't like this grid. Should I use a grid red circlet? Maybe I should. That's very weird with Marichosi Hunter set. No. No. We can cope with Cryo Resonance, that's fine. We can cope with Cryo Resonance. I'm okay with this actually. 26 plus 36, that's still bad, but let's cope with Cryo Resonance for now because we don't have better artifacts. I still recommend you to get more crit rate on this go, but at base I think this is already a nicer build than your last. Reminder that you can only use these artifacts and have it be effective when you use Skirk with Furina. If you use Skirk in a different team, you have to switch back to your other artifacts. But for now, I recommend farming this. And just be patient with it. It will come with time. It's very RNG heavy. And these are nice artifacts actually. Yeah. This is not as nice. This is okay. This is an okay build. Oh! Do not refine your Favonius and level them up. Okay, let me write down all the advice I have for you. Because it seems to be a little bit all over the place. Do not refine path weapons. Path Furina 5. You keep TTDS, that's nice. I'll even lock this as well. Do not refine your Favonius. So many characters want Favonius, and if you refine them, you only have one. Fav, Escovia, Fav, Ian-san, Fav, Silonen. This is okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's not the best, but it's okay. Farm Mare Jose for Skirk for now, since it's efficient. Better artifacts quality for Skirk, Farina, Escovia. If you want to get more crit, which one should you replace? For who? For Skirk? For this one? This is what I would do. Skirk appreciates all the stats. Crit, attack. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 good substats. That's a good artifact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 good substats. That's a nice artifact. 1, 2, 3. 3 good substats for Skirk. This can be changed. Find something with crit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 substats. This is nice. 1, 2, 3 good substats. This can be changed. Say with this. With this. What are some good stuff? Yeah, I think it's this. It is this. You could try to find a better feather with more crit rate. You can find a better sand with more crit rate. This is honestly already fine. It's an endless optimization, and there are some artifacts that are just minorly better, but they all will add up. For example, with flames, you would also want a little bit more crit rate, and it's fine to sacrifice crit damage for crit rate. It's fine to sacrifice crit damage for crit rate. The optimal crit ratio is always crit rate equal half of crit damage. If you have a same amount of substats, get the substat that is more gearing toward that 1:2 ratio. Now I know that Flint set gives him 30 crit rate. So after all the buff, he has 71.9 crit rate, and it's still more optimal to get crit rate than crit damage. Any more question? Last questions before we move on. Vinay Rana. Tanvi Samir, welcome to the stream. Put 5 in the back indeed. Alright. Alright, let me answer a few questions, other people questions that in chat I've been missing from just focusing on this. Colombina, for Buku region, I'm gonna looking back in the chat a little bit. Colombina can make all direction Luna even if you don't have any other nod-krai character. That's fine. Also, I know you likely have her, and Yehoda, you likely have her. You can play them with Colombina as well. You can also just play Colombina with someone, an entirely different Electro, like Fischl, and you can turn them into Lunar Charge reaction. You can play characters with Noel, for example, Colombina Noel, and turn that into Lunar Crystallized reaction. Future team, you want to make the Lunar Crystallized, GOMC, Colombina Noel, and I know Xingqiu. That's an okay team. That's okay. I recommend using I know over Xingqiu for that one, to enable the nod-krai resonance. Is Marichose or Final better for burst than NA Skirk? For burst, Final is better. Burst than NA, Final is better. Actually, they are kind of similarly bricked. Actually, they are similarly bricked. They are similarly bricked. Marichose The burst you will not have crit rate because you have not stacked the HP fluctuation yet. Final, after bursting, your normal attack will not get the buff for 6 seconds. They are equally bricked for that playstyle. So you skip Colomina because you don't have any nod-krai character. Colomina is a skippable character if you don't have any nod-krai character. She's okay. She's still good if you plan to get a nod-krai character in the future. Her use is quite a bit more limited if you don't have a nod-krai 5-star. The Jeff said that Marital Hunter is better. I can check, sure. I don't know the answer, but I can check. What a song. This is so chill. I think it's likely with signature weapon, they are more similar. With a non-crit rate weapon, maybe Marital Hunter will come out likely on top, a little bit on top. Okay, this is Marital Hunter, 142 DPS with burst into skill, specifically not sustainable, but you can do that with Finding Out the Deep. $134. Right, Marital Hunter is better. Reminder that this is specifically skirk into skill. Sorry, burst into skill. It is not sustainable over a long time. The second rotation, you likely cannot do this. Now, if we go for 4 rotations, it's 132, 133. $136. It's very similar. If you have a great weapon, Finding Out the Deep becomes more competitive. Okay, let me see if Vinay Rana. It doesn't seem that Vinay Rana is asking any more questions. Yeah, sounds good. Let's log out of this account. Pip, you can send me your account information in private message and we can take a look at your account. You have achieved Flame's 56 234 crit using Shovel. Can Innova's weapon improve anything for Flames? Innova weapon for Innova in a Flames team or Innova weapon for Flames? Innova for weapon for Flames is gonna be better than Shovel, but it's no, it's not it. Here, let me show you. Let me log out of this account first. There we go. All right, done. A big part of Innova's weapon require the equipping character to create a shield. Flames does not do that. So you're missing out on this entire thing. What you get is this and this. Which is basically this. 3.2 times 6 stacks on average, 20, yeah, 20 attack, which is basically this. For Flint specifically, this is somewhat equal to this. You don't have enough? Get enough? Why you getting enough as weapon? Get the damn enough. Info sent. All right. Getting enough is the one single 5-star pool that is the best for Flint's team damage increase. There's nothing comes close. Colobina doesn't come close. Flames need both C1 and R1 to be competitive with Flames and Inefa at C0. Lovely cat picture, Nocta. Piff. Regretfully, I cannot show that picture on stream because that would also include the other text that you sent me. Just for my eyes, I see. Is that lady? That's lady. Alright, Pep, I'm gonna need the verification code that was sent to your email. Oh, actually, let me send the text that I have noted down for Vinay Rana. Gotcha. I'll take that picture as payment for reviewing an account. Okay, this is Pep's account. You're so scared. You should be. You should. Ari's getting this week off from babysitting. Hey, is that for good or just this week? I thought you love the kids that you babysit. In my video, I said Animo and Vaka needs 2 Animo characters with Sucrose. We don't do the job for Vaka. She's okay. Do you have Ifa? I think Ifa, if you already have Durin, then Durin already counts as a Hexerite character for Valka, so you could use some non-Hexerite Anemo. And if Valka does mostly Anemo damage, Farozen is good for him. If Valka does some Anemo damage and some other elemental damage, then Ifa is good. Why? Because Ifa can hold the scroll set to buff both Anemo and the other element damage that Valka does by 40% in total. And Ifa can hold. That's a lot of weapons. True Tales of Dragon Slayer at R5. That's a lot of weapons. Giving Varka 48% attack. I'd like to do something for you. And you're welcome. You're welcome. No, I'm fine with holding. I'm very fine with holding. I'm making sure that they do not go away by locking them. I'm very fine with holding, mind you. Alright, how many did we get? That good enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. 9. We keep it at 9. 9. Let me tell you about the characters that can use TTDS. Let me tell you the first thing. This character used TTDS. This character used TTDS. Huh. 11. No, not the DPS. I am not making a meme. I'm answering for real. There are 11 characters in your account that can use TTDS. And yes, you will build them eventually for the tier. This character does not. This character does not. This character does not. This character does not. Alright. First roasting of the day complete. Let's take a look at your characters. Which 5-star weapon is better for the upcoming banner? I did review the banners earlier in the stream. I can summarize it. Columbina's weapon is best in slot for Columbina. Columbina's weapon is also good for Nefer and good for Neuvillette if you play Neuvillette in a Lunar Charge team. It's obviously not gonna be as good as Nefer's signature weapon or Neuvillette's signature weapon for himself. Columbina's weapon is also good minus for Morlane or any non-attack skillers. Inefer's weapon is best in slot for Inefer. Inefer's weapon requires the user to create a shield, so not really anyone else can use the passive, and it's just a good minus stat stick for other people. However, consider this. Inefer is usually the character that does more damage than Columbina in the same team or in different team. Let me try to visualize that. Oh, I do have it here. Nice. So, for example, in a team like this, zoom in, enhance. Innifer is doing around 36% of the team's damage, and Colomina is doing about 16% of the team damage. So, just very simple. If you have the chance to increase Innifer's damage by 10% of her original self, or you have the chance to increase Colombina's damage by 10% of whatever she's currently doing. 10% of 36 is 3.6%, 10% of 16 is 1.6%. It's better to get the Innifer's weapon than to get the Colombina's weapon. That's the gist of it. In many teams that Colomina and Innifer are together, Innifer do more damage than Colombina. Innifer 47, Colombina 21. So, it's up to you to decide. If you have Innifer, I recommend getting the Innifer weapon. If you have Colombina and no Innifer, I recommend getting the Colombina weapon. You can just get one and dip out because the weapon 4-star is so atrocious, so just get one any and then run away. That's fine too. Such for Xiao mains. Okay. This is a very well built Nefer. You know what? We're gonna take a look at the Akasha because it's so much better to just look at characters built on there. Top 2% Nefer. Now this is where I roast you. This is where I roast you. You ready? You do not have a Nahida C2. What does Nahida C2 provide? No, this is not about whether you have a character or not. It is about different thing. Hold on. Nahida's C2 gives 10% more crit rate. Hold on, where is it? 10% more crit rate to Nefer. You do not have that. So this leaderboard, considering Nahida C2 in here, is a tiny bit scam. If we place your current Lapfer in, say, a leaderboard without Nahida C2, which is this one, it's only a top 10%. Lacking 10% crit rate is that important, and it's a make or break between 2% and 10%. I hope that illustrates the point. When the character that has this huge amount of crit damage, her weapon gives her an extra 36 more crit damage, so you effectively have 350 crit damage. Lauma gives her 20 more % crit damage. You effectively have 370 or 360 crit damage. You absolutely want that 100% crit rate. Because missing a crit, meaning all of that gigantuan amount of crit damage that you have built for your character is going to waste in that instance of a hit. We talk about crit rate being half of crit damage. This is 91 crit rate, and this is 370 crit damage. You absolutely want as many crit rates as possible. In fact, let me see. Can I check this? Ah, jeez. How do I make sure that? How do I change the leaderboard? I cannot. I cannot change the leaderboard. Yeah, Akasha is kind of a little bit. If you don't know the intimate detail and how to use Akasha, it can be scamming that way, because it will look at your build and always put you in the most favorable leaderboard. It sees top 10%, top 2%. Yeah, it's likely that this user is building for C2 Nahida specifically, so they're gonna show the highest leaderboard. But regardless, I think your build is also really good. 30 substat is very nice on Nefer. It's just that you have some room to optimize a little bit more on Nefer. I think that sacrificing crit damage or EM for crit rate is very fine. Let me see. Do I have some artifacts that I can swap around for this character? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. That's really good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, hello there. Would this be the difference? I think this is the difference. Hold on, I'm gonna do a thing. An account is updated the fastest when I log in and log out and then log in again. So I'm doing that. I just put on this screen so your account information is not displayed on stream. So now we can re-update Akasha. So see this? This is your real Nefer is currently a top 10% for a no C2 Nahida team. Let's refresh it. From 10%, you are now top 3%. For your Nefer in a team that you actually play. Substat priority. Now, because you are close to 100% crit rate is one more crit rate is 1%. Now, I'm gonna leave the choice to you. Do you want the scam version of 2% or do you want the real version of 3% display on your account? It's absolutely fine. Akasha is like that. A lot of people do that. Don't feel ashamed by doing that. But just know that for day-to-day gameplay, this build is better for you. It's up to you. No shame in that. Everyone scams on that website. Widow would know best, right? You can't pull on that. Let me see if I can get together some better artifacts for her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, hello there. Hold on. This is better. Alright. But what if? Hold on. It's rough. Any other optimization I can do here? You've created the field goblets. Love the dedication. Love the dedication. Similar. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's better. All right, I think this is your current best one, likely. Just double checking. Is this worth it? It may not. It may not actually. I don't think it is. We can try. Locking out, locking in. Alright, this is the last thing we're gonna do for Never. So I'll move on afterward. Don't worry. We're not gonna spend the entire rest of the day here. Okay, so top 3%, top 4776. Refresh. Top 5%. Nope, that's not better. Alright, I'll switch it back and then refresh it afterward, don't worry. Okay, switch it back. This one is better. The previous one is better. Okay, so your Never build is already very good. Not 6-7. You spend entirely on Never any day. You spend entire day on Never. Kalmar Sal, welcome into the stream. Yep, that's fine. Real quick, talents. Yep, that's fine. That's okay. Nice. That's fine. Yep, you have a good Never team. Not Micro, welcome to the stream. Hope you're currently having a nice day. Okay, that is a good Never team. You have probably spent quite a bit of time in this team, and it does show. It does show. Okay, let's see what other characters you currently have. Skirk, ooh, that's a nicely farmed Skirk. This is okay. Cryo Resonance will carry, right? Surely. Farina. The energy here is a little bit sus. I would put her on Favonius if you play her in a Skirk team without another Hydro character. Novelette's not here. Alright. It's a nicely built. And ka-ching! Oh, nice. There's a Varasa? You have a Varasa? Alright, alright. I think this is just held back by not having a lot of substats on her. Yeah. Find more substats, you'll be good. Check your Mona. Alright. Is that your Columbina? No. What am I looking at? Okay. You have not done the quest. Oh, C4! Ah! Yeah. That's fine. This is very fine. Yep. This is very fine. The bonds! That's it. I would still put... Do you not have a Scophia? You do not have a Scophia, right? Yeah, oh, you do. Nice. I would likely still put Farina on Favonius. Skuk. Farina. Mona. Escoffier? Fab it up. Fab it up. Says you need this much. Escoffier needs this much. So if you put a fab on Brina, not only Brina now becomes 200, Escoffier also now becomes around 200 as well. So from 222 to 200. This is still cold, by the way. They function, it's okay. I'm about to expose your ass. I'm about to expose your ass. Can I show the Novelet? Pip says Novelet does not exist, so no.
Get with me. It all adds up.
Time to come clean.
Can't hide the truth. The mystery unravels. Leave this place with one heart.
Never on this side is a little bit cold. That's okay.
Let's see your tomatoes.
No more lies. The deception ends here. Forest, protect us. By the frost.
Lash it down.
It'll fall to the floor.
The mystery unravels. Leave this place with one heart.
Looks
Oh! That's okay. I cannot expose you because of my school issue. We cannot get to the exposed part. XDD. There we go. We'll sit through some cringe gameplay. Don't worry about it. There we go. I can do it.
You asked for it! Drop your weapons! On my mark! Eat this! At the fry pan, it's justice o'clock! Yeah! Oof! It's justice o'clock! Hi! Justice will prevail! Let's move! Hey-ya! Booba, get them! Hi! Yeah! Yeah! Hi! Hi! Yeah! Oof! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Stop right there! On my mark! At the frying pan, into the fire! You're... Yeah! Hi!
This This will be a little bit painful. It's okay.
Final warning! Start the clock! Get them! Hero incoming! Headbutt! Charge! Hero incoming! Drop your weapons! Hand right stick!
Perfect overloading. Yeah, no, this is by no means effective for this, because these enemies are flown everywhere. But my desire is to use the Skirk team on the second side. So here, I am suffering for that.
Stronger!
How many more of them are there? 10 more? 9 more?
Headbutt! Charge! Final warning! Control breathing! On my mark! Get them!
We'll get there, chat. Don't you worry your pretty head. We'll get there. We'll get there. I hit air. I hit air. Oh my god, I'm overloading.
Hero incoming! Too strong! Height! Justice o'clock!
Playing by yourself this side is actually such a pain. You have no idea. It's not only she is knocking the enemies over the place, she just randomly targets. Oh boy, misclick. She just randomly targets the season instead of the mage. So the flying thing. Woo, we got it. Okay, let's see. We shall see, we shall see.
Who's on the loose? Let me scribe. Fate is upon you. Another star goes out. Annihilate.
Caught! Alright, my purpose here is done. My roasting is done. It's okay. People ask for this. And how will that be solved? How would this be solved? Say the word! Say the word. Bob, please. And don't you worry. This is not going to affect your rating at all. If you would like to scam for your Akasha, switching to 5 doesn't do anything. Switching to 5 will not make your ranking go down. Here, take a look. Well, I guess I have to do the log out and log it. Remind me to do that later, because this will take a little bit for it to refresh on the website. Oh, It's a fine weapon. It's a fine weapon. It might be triggering some people, but it's a fine weapon. Level 90. He deserves it. He used to be on Lost Prayers. It's better. Is it though? Is it? I think this is a very fine build. It's actually a very fine build. Lost Prayers cannot be better than this weapon. Hold on. Alright, not this entire thing. There we go. That's good enough. Lost Prayer gives what? No, I'm saying it's a very fine weapon for you to use on him. Lost Prayer gives 33 crit rate, which is equivalent to 66.2 crit damage, crit value in total. And he's gonna gain something like 16%. On average, 16% damage bonus. This weapon, he gets what? 8 times 2 plus 88.2. There's a lot of crit value. I'm not gonna say this weapon is perfect, but it's good. It's good on Novelet. Novelet likes HP and crit, and if he can get one or the other, it's fine. Compare yours for this chat here. Alright. Aries flexing her Novelet. You got told Lost Prayers was bad there. It's okay. It's it's okay. $39 substats. It's a good build. Look at yours. Chat, you can take a look at that. I'm an Aries stan. I will not look at any Novelet. I see no evil. Any other Novelet. Okay, regardless. Let's continue with this. We're gonna stay here for a whole day. Okay. Is there any particular question you would like to ask? Like, are you have you been consistently playing Endgame? Do you want to prepare for the next station? I see. Your Alekino is kind of homeless? Okay. Let's look way up here. Alekino is a little bit homeless, yeah. Varsa is also a little bit homeless. Just a little bit. You can strongbox this set if you want to. Do you have a good team for Alekino? Alright, let's make some teams for you. I think you generally know how to make teams, but let me just double check. I bloom for you. Woman? Alright, this is a fine team. Kaboom. This is a fine team.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
We're about to see if Pip does her reputation. Hello, Skyron. Triple enough, huh? Okay. Just not C6. Got it. Just not C6. That's actually fine. That's very fine. This character is better than Xiangling for Baressa. That's why I do this. This character is good. Pyro Traveler. Pyro Traveler is also about to get a buff next patch as well, after we're done the story. Less energy problem, and actually buffing the team, instead of Xiangling not buffing anyone. It's not much better, but it's better. For example, if you use Xiangling, you will have to give her a DPS set. But if you use Traveler, you can use Scroll on Traveler. You can also use Noblesse on Ian San. Or you can use Noblesse Traveler and Scroll Ian San. It's very similar. It's one more buffing set that you can put. But that is just something you can do on the side, because I don't think this is your main team. That's a Skirk team, alright. That's a Hydro Pump team, alright. Yeah, you definitely know what you're doing when it comes to creating teams. And your characters build out well. Let me look at characters Alekino real quick. Alekino, where's she? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fine. I think Alekino's leaderboard is just competitive. Once again, Great Red would help a lot in here. So if you have to sacrifice other stats to get it, that's fine. A Great Red is better than a crit damage when you look at this. A Great Red is better than Elemental Mastery. Great Red is better than Attack percent. So if you want to improve your Alekino's build, you would sacrifice some of the stuff for Great Red. This is a nice tool that this website has. You can click on Show Substat Priority, and it gives you a breakdown of how much an additional substat of this type will increase your damage. It's really nice. I chose just luck on her artifacts. Understandable. And it's likely nowadays you put a lot of effort into other characters, which is fine. Just whenever you come back to her. Yeah. Will I check your Novelette artifact? Yeah, absolutely. You can put your UID in the chat. Alright, let's see. Any constellation? Let me check if this is constellation. C6 Traverse is really nice. C3 Insan is okay. C2 is a big part of Insan. C1 Novelette, nice. Oh, you play Militia. These are level 90 Militia characters. Both of them actually. C5 Bennett. Celonan, Scofian, Llama. You'll break your official curse, official Caesar's curse soon. C2's Xiangling is also not dead. This is nice. C3 Lanyan is nice. C2 Lanyan is a good one. Though you already have set Lali, so you're not gonna use Lanyan much for like, you know, understandable. You don't really have a character that uses sucrose well. It is okay. Alright. I'm very fine with that. Who broke for never cons. He did 200 pulls on Neverlet Manor and only got one special. You drop your UID? Alright, take a look. So Pip, do you have any specific question that you want to ask me regarding the future pool, or you already know what you want to do? I can also give you recommendations for Stygian specifically, if you want, because I also see that you already have menacing for Stygian. Is that your goal? If that's not your goal, then it's fine, you can skip that. See you, Tanvi Samir. Have a nice sleep. Have a nice rest. Good substats for like, you know, this is nice. Though keep in mind, I guess you're playing a Mel team with Rosaria. It can be fine. Yeah, if you play a Mel team, this is fine. These are, yeah, this is a good build. Well, like, you know. Once again, it clearly shows that a crit rate would be the best increase, but also a crit damage is nice for your build if you want to further improve this. And you absolutely have the nice talent priority for her. Normal attack is the most important thing. If you want to increase talent for her, I recommend grounding level 10 to normal attack before you increase any of these further. It is the more important talent. Other than that, I think this is a good build. There is some room for improvement, but you know what you're doing. Rosaria gives you 8% crit rate. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, absolutely. You have Celonan for her, that's nice. Yeah, Sucrose is also nice. Ooh, these are gonna be shielder-less teams. It's fine, Alakino can dodge. It's a nice build. Do you have any question? Not getting a better Pyro Goblet. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 good substat. So holy Pyro Goblet right here. Nice dedication for her. Mizuke? Want me to look at Mizuke? Alright. Interesting. Is this a placeholder build for some other character, or is this an actual Mizuke build? Because the artifact quality is nice, but this character will still do no damage. Is it my bad time? It is actually. I'm stalling my bad time. Oh, your 3 chats about review? Did you? Dog? For Novelet? Ah. Does Novelet gain more crit rate from leveling up, by the way? He does not. Okay. You would want more crit rate than this. HP crit damage. Yeah. This is a good build for him. Good build. If you want to improve it, get a little bit more crit rate and you'll be good. This is what? 51, 52 plus 36. That is 80. Quick math. 88 crit damage. Just a tiny bit more. That'd be nice. Generally, you want to preserve a 1 to 2 crit rate to crit damage ratio, and if you have crit damage way above 200, you want as close to 100% crit rate as possible. Crit rate substat in sand, yeah, it'll be nice. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is actually can be improved because Novelet likes HP. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Feather and flower can be improved. 1, 2, 3. Alright, let me do this. Where's HP? Where's HP? You have 0 HP substat on this. Oh well. Yeah, certainly when we do not care about attack percent, this doesn't seem as good. You want double crit on here, ideally, but you obviously you're still gonna have more time to farm for him. Every time Tim is refused bedtime, you end up being able to catch the end of the stream. Are you waking up at noon, my good ma'am? Alekino? Absolutely. Alright, Pip. Have you put down some question in a pose? And yes, teaching help. Okay. After this Alekino, I'll look back into that. Top 3%! Let's go! You pass my great red vibe check. Holy 33 substats for Alekino. This is dedication. Gotta love to see it. Triple ground as well. Weapon C1. Under 1 month? Yeah, congrats. If you love a character, you gotta dedicate time to them, and it will feel like nothing. Alright. Congrats on getting this Alekino's build together. It's probably a lot of blood and sweat and tear in this domain, and also strong boxing. Love to see it. Oh, you also farm for a lot of characters. Nice. Oh boy, is that a Yaimiko ice spot? Hello there. This is a little bit out of place in compared to other things, but overall they are amazing. Nice. Chip ground C1R1. Okay. Enemy spotted. Question related to Novelet. Should you switch his circlet? Well, post that on Discord. Genshin Help channel. Genshin Help, post the picture on Discord of your build and you can ask the question there. I'll try and answer that later. Okay, let's finish on paper cam. So, Inefa question, right? The question is, should you get Inefa? Inefa is a nice character to have. You can play Inefa instead of Shinobu in your Nefa team, and now you have even more defensive utility. Inefa shield is thicker and more comfortable. You also don't care about enemies attacking you or ragdoll your Nefa around. So it's a nice thing. But in terms of damage, it's not going to be an increase over Kuki Shinobu. It's kind of equal. Having Inefa will also open up your team option to some Lunar Charge teams. So you could do something like Novelet Furina Inefa. Let's representatively say this is the Inefa. Do we have a Hydro Pyro Shielder? Do we have a Shielder? Electro. We do not. There's technically Beidou, but oh, this is Inefa. This is the Electro Shielder-ish. And you can do something like Kazuha. Silonan's fine too. Kazuha, there we go.
Want me to come along?
You can also do some Varesa shenanigan with Varesa, Furina, Inefa, and... Oh, you don't have Shanyon. Unfortunate. Well, I guess this will do.
Woohoo! This is gonna be fun!
Furina not no heal is... Furina no heal is This is not the best team you can do then. Maybe this. This is also a little bit cope. So I'll say realistically, it's just you using Novolat with Inefa. You can get Inefa if you want. I would say getting a Colombina is slightly more value for you. Because you can do this. Novolat team will not work out as well, but you can play Varesa, Colombina, Ian-san. Who's the best last slot? Kazuha.
I'll take care of it.
Is this okay? Lanyan? Sucrose? Ah!
Is it time to go?
Silonan. There we go. We got a team. We got it together. Oh, Colombina is priority. Inefa would be an add-on. Okay, okay. So you both have both Colombina and Inefa. Then that will make some teams easier. Then you can absolutely also do this. Colombina, Inefa.
I trust you.
Choice of Sucrose or Kazuha. Kazuha will buff.
All right.
Varesa more. Sucrose will buff. Inefa and Colombina more. Sucrose will buff Inefa and Colombina more. It's very fine option if you want to. You can also get Zubai, and it will also provide a different lunar team for you with Zubai doing lunar crystallize. Inefa gonna be a slightly stronger choice than Zubai, but honestly it's up to you which one you prefer. And you can also have the option of just saving for future characters if you don't particularly like one or the other. They're strong options. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at Stygian and what we can do about it. If I were to play Fearless, wait. Do you, here's a question. Do you like to play these kind of sweaty gameplay? Or do you really care about it? You said you do, right? Pigeon Piv is your favorite. Where's the girl? Where's the homeless girl? Here she is. I can also do this. Either way, it's very fine. I can do Mona with Mona. You're willing to try? Okay. Then, let's see. Have you tried Fearless yet? What do you feel about it? I cannot find Mona. Someone help. Where's the girl? Oh. Jeez. Good. Is this turning into a station help? You don't have the set, that's okay. What can I do about this? Do you have Noblesse? Nope, you do not. Try one more time just to make sure. Oh, hello there. I can work with this, right? I can work with this. How about this? Just making sure. You do not have it. Okay. You have very few Noblesse Peace, Mona C4, and too lazy to ascend your gene. The bat is an obstacle. You don't need to ascend gene to get the bat. You've done Fearless last patch and you like it. Okay. We got ourselves a game. I'm just gonna give this chat. Keep me to my word. I'm doing this 20 minutes tops. With nod-krai, thought maybe pulling in FL was good option, then thinking, if Columbina allows all lunar reaction, that means you should go for Columbina. Columbina allows for all lunar reaction. However, her team options, it's a little bit worse than in FL. You can, if you already have a good DPS and you can just willing to slot in Columbina, and just get a plus 5k or plus 10k DPS gain from that, it's fine. I lean more toward Ineffa. But if you don't have the characters for it, you don't have the characters for it.
A little amuse-bouche.
Wait, I remember. This is not supposed to be the team I play. You have Sidlali. I use Sidlali. Right. This is better. There we go. Yep, this is good. Slave? Nah, don't worry. I do it because I like it. Don't worry. No, you are absolutely correct, Kangoshi. I did not even see your comment. Sidlali is better. Just now reading back into the chat.
Show no mercy.
I can optimize this. Hold it on Skirk.
Fulfill our pact. On to the freezer.
Retribution!
Yeah.
Fight your salvation! The unholy!
Load a quest. I hope you're done because there's only 2 hours remaining for you to get the extra 500 primo.
Show no mercy.
Retribution!
Hey, got it.
Strike a pose. A dash of frosting.
Your salvation! Sin be washed away!
Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Fulfill our pact. Let my name echo in song.
My timing on this team can be improved. I've not played a lot of Skirk for this station. I think this is still clear.
Showering you with praise. A little amuse-bouche.
One more sin upon your soul!
Into the void.
Yeah, this is something that I just have to play over a few times to have a feel for.
Fight your salvation!
That's okay.
Sin be washed
Strike a
away!
pose. Let the world come on. Get to work. Lolly, eat Papa. Get him. Paradise.
Yeah, fearless. I think with optimal gameplay, this can definitely attempt dire. Like, my gameplay, that was extremely sloppy. You're afraid of the day you're not able to clear fearless. Do not be.
Final warning. Controlled breathing.
The way that Hoyoverse is designing station is to always shield the currently on banner character.
Stop right there.
Always.
Quick as a flash.
I'm not fast enough. So, and also power creep is a thing. So gradually, you will find that the older characters will not be able to clear as fast anymore, and gradually they will phase out.
Faster. Stronger.
She has 5. Where's my 5? You tried Gene and fail? The boss was scared you. Are we doing it, chat? Are we getting a last minute station clear? Power grip is exactly what you're afraid of. I think power grip in moderation is okay. It's just a matter of how much they are doing it.
Controlled breathing.
Believe it or not, power grip actually gives actual challenge to the game. Because it will feel incredibly stale if the game does not increase in challenge at all. Ever. And using the 1.0 character, I mean, there are still characters that are good like Bennett, so you can delete your comments now. But using old characters and still be able to clear without pulling anything, it is one for the player. I think it's quite stale of the game. Two, for the game developer, they don't make any money at all. It's like different people will have different opinions on how much power creep is fine by them. I feel like the first boss will never show on the Scurp, and then somehow Scurp became the better option. Is it? I think they are equal, right? I think Scurp premium team at OC0 clears the boss, and wait, sorry, never premium team at full C0 can clear the boss. I think Scurp kind of need a weapon or something.
It's justice o'clock. Boost! Look out below. Charge! Yeah! Look out below. Final warning.
Rotation Scurp. Does Neverland need to be C1 or a Colombina, Inefa, and Yehoda team? He does not need to.
Look out below.
His C1 will also not increase the team damage by that much, because that team is actually not focusing majorly on Noblesse damage. And the majority of the team's damage is actually coming from the Lunar Charge reaction from both Colombina and Inefa. So you would much rather get an Inefa weapon or an Inefa C1.
Look out below. Hero incoming. Heads up. Drop your weapons. Faster, stronger. Let's move. It's justice o'clock. Stop right there. Control breathing. On my mark. Hero incoming. Yeah. Headbutt. Charge. Yeah. Charge. Boost. Kapow. Drop your weapons. Faster, stronger. Let's move. Yeah. Headbutt. It's justice o'clock. Heads up. Charge. Boost. Yeah. Yeah. Final warning.
It's gonna be really close.
Control breathing. Start the
Oh boy. Alright. 2 more tries. If I don't get it, I don't get it.
Drop your weapons. Quick as a flash.
Yeah, Noblesse at C0 is... Noblesse C0 is fine for the time that he was released in. It's just that it has been 2 years since he was released. Can Noblesse C0 be on an Inefa, Yehoda, Zhongli team without being scuffed?
Control breathing.
It is a little bit scuffed. Let me think a little about it real quick. Though it's probably fine. It still has the nod-krai resonance, and it has 3 elements for Novelette. It can be fine.
Kapow! Drop your weapons! Quick as a flash! Let's move! Ow, ow, ow! Hi! Yeah! Huh. Hi! Headbutt! Charge! Stop! Kapow! Stop right there! Step aside! On my mark! Hi! Yeah! Look out below! Hero incoming! Yeah! Headbutt! It's justice o'clock! Faster! Stronger! Start the clock! Boom! Look out below! Yeah! Charge! Yeah! Yeah! Hero incoming! Drop your weapons! Quick as a flash! On my mark! Good. Charge! Yeah! Heads up! It's justice o'clock!
The ping is messing me up slightly here.
Yeah! Kapow! Stand down! Stop right there! Faster! Stronger! Let's move! Volcano Kablast! Yeah!
Oh, come on! Oh! Okay, sure, I'll take that. Why does that look like a novel? Because it probably is. Yuki-chan, welcome to the stream. What my Mbps? What is Mbps? Like my internet speed? The hell? Alright, last one. We're gonna actually play a team for this because I am not entirely confident on my gene skill. We'll play an actual team. Yeah, don't forget to claim reward. No worries. The reward is actually gone in maybe half a day because this is an American account. But we go Durin. This account does not have those. It's okay. We'll gene it up.
I'm going in! Wind, hear me!
Yeah, my gene skill is quite rusty.
Transfixed!
Yo, my go hater! Is it because of the mic or more the personality?
Everybody stand back! Barbados, guide us!
Alright, let's play.
Bring it!
Ah, this is so rough. Alright, just wait for cooldown, I guess. XDD. Me wasting time doing nothing. It's fine, gene clear. Don't worry. Don't worry, Chad. I'm not aiming for a perfect clear right now.
Teamwork is dreamwork! I swear by my sword!
Woof! There we go. GG. Ping's not helping now. Here we go, let's claim it before it's gone. One more feather for you, Piv. Your average ping in Asia is the same. I feel you. I feel you. Did not know that was possible. Now you know. You can absolutely just hang out and have fun on your own for about half a day more. And some of this is requiring no lifing and practicing to be good at the game. Which, fair enough, if you put more time into the game, you become better at the game. And I stream it every day. I think your account has good enough characters, Piv. Is mostly about if you don't really want to put in that much sweat, then usually it's better to get a constellation or two or pull the right character to go fearless. Woo! Alright. Usually if this is not midnight, I would yell louder, but my neighbor's probably sleeping. Next patch, these are going to be the teams that you can use for the next boss. If you have Colomina and Inefa, you are likely going to, you know what, never it up. Never the first boss. Absolute usual never stuff.
Present!
Piv shots. I'm enjoying myself. Planes can also absolutely do it. Or for the third boss, alright, let me give you a visual of what are the bosses. First boss is Luna, third boss is Novelet's Shield because Novelet's rerunning.
Is it time to go?
Yeah. And yeah, I thank you for your concern, truly, Piv. You are a very kind person. And I know you're caring about me for not currently sleeping at my bedtime, but truly, I'm having fun. I'm having a blast. And for the second boss, you can absolutely skirk it. Your choice whether you want to skirk, premium team it, which can brute force, it's gonna be require a little bit of sweat, or your other choice is actually to Colomina Inefa it, and that's exactly playing into the shield, so you're gonna have no problem. Say this is Colomina, say this is Inefa, and who are we going to add? I think straight up Sucrose and Pitchel.
Wish me luck.
Inefa is a shielder. This is a functional team. Straight up. This is a good team. Hexerai buff, nod-krai resonance, Colomina wheelchair. Oh, actually, it's just so you don't have to build Sucrose, I guess. You could use Varesa, Bina Inefa, and then Kazuha is fine if you don't want to build Sucrose and don't want to spend too much time. Sucrose is a good character. You can do this.
Yeah, let's get this over with.
Alright, chat. Yeah, I think that will be it. Luna 4 L4 sticks 1. L462. Oh, hello there. Someone beautified the stream. Where though? It's back with another super chat. God damn. This guy. Blood's edging. Kazuha with Novelet, so right, you are correct. You are correct. We can swap to something else. We can do this guy.
Where to?
It works. Now we can do this though.
Whatever you need.
Good enough. Yeah, good enough. You're waiting for vodka, so am I. Can anyone tell you? Oh wait, what's the question? You do intend to build sucrose, just locked in for never. Gotcha. What was the question from Rimuru? You're at the part where we play games at the festival. Can you guys how much left? Not much actually. Actually, the festival takes quite a bit of time. The festival takes quite a bit of time. If you're at the beginning of the festival, I'll say about 1 hour left. If you're at the end of the festival, I'll say about 15 minutes left. 30 minutes, give or take. Festival could be, if you read everything, could be a total of 1 hour and a half. I'll say that. Cannot reroll that sounds for never. You go, Pip. Your internet crashed earlier when I seeing it though. What happened after that? I was saying that you can play a Lunar Crystallized Ito team, and then we review 2 more accounts. This is Pip's account, which is the last one we're doing. Last part of the festival. I'm gonna say 15 more minutes ish. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. That's gonna be it for today's stream chat. I guess we did not go to look at my accounts for my account tour. We can do that anytime though. Yeah. Okay. Wado OST? Nah, I don't have the brain power for that right now. I'm gonna borrow This is not the way. Man, this is not the way. I am disappointed in you, Biff. I am so disappointed in you, Biff. I don't see that character. I am so disappointed. Alright, fine. I'm looking for the one, the only. That's you. That's Nefer's employee. That's you. Alright. Nefer will be greeting us off today. Regretfully, it's not Yehoda. Chat, it's been a pleasure to stream for you. It's been a pleasure to hang out with you. All the great people in here. I am going to try to cut out the part about the banners. There's a lot of it. To be a video before the new patch comes out, so be on the lookout for that. And as usual, like, subscribe on YouTube so you don't miss anything. Follow on Twitch. If you want to further support me, you can do super chat. You become a YouTube member or subscribe on Twitch. I think that's everything, right? My brain is currently processing. Chat, let's put the music on, and I wish you the rest of your amazing day. However, that is worth it. Tomorrow I will not be streaming, and we're gonna come back on Wednesday when the new patch comes out. So if you're pulling for Columina early, I wish you the best of luck. If you want to pull Columina during my stream or have me pull for you, I am gladly doing that. I cannot promise amazing luck, but I can promise a lot of fun. People can join in the voice channel on Wednesday and just do stuff together too. You can just stream you pulling to it. I think that will also be fun. Yeah. All right, chat. Speech 100. There we go. Music. Bye bye, chat.